Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and I'm here with a game that is new to me, at least. Chaos Head. It is the first game in the CyADB franchise. Came out apparently a year before Steins Gate. I knew it was before, I didn't know how much. Good info. I hope it captures well. I went to the settings, I mixed around with things. The settings aren't great. This is an older game. It has never been official. Well, the only way it's been officially released in English is apparently on the Apple Store. No. So I officially purchased this game. I bought the Japanese PC copy and just applied a fan translation patch. So I bought it, had to convert some yen, which is in this day and age really easy. It's just PayPal takes care of it. It's fine. But I did it. So it is a legal copy with a fan translation patch, and I'm going to give the same disclaimer I did before Steins Gate. I've never played this. I know nothing of this. However, I can just probably assume we can give the usual "it's a product of its time" disclaimer, as well as it's a fan translation. It's supposedly a good fan translation. I don't know, so like, yeah, one of them does. There's 3 full screen modes. Okay, so I gotta show this real quick, even though I just did the intro. Stretch to fit doesn't work on my thing. It looks awful. I can't even show it because it'll break it. Preserve as is works. This also breaks it. This makes it kind of windowed full screen. This makes it windowed not borderless windowed. But like, what part of those makes it sound like that's what they do? What part of that? The settings are weird, but whatever. Let's start the game. I know this has an anime. I haven't seen it. I know functionally nothing about this game. I believe I heard somewhere it might have to do with, like, people getting murdered? Is that it? Best with all enter. Yeah, it's just the F key on the keyboard. That's it. Hopefully the audio is okay, but we should be able to adjust that if it ain't. However, it's also clearly not a widescreen game, it looks like, so it might be... It's fine, don't worry about it. The default resolution of this game is tiny. Oh no, that actually looks pretty decent. A gaze falls from the sky. Those eyes are always watching me. I also don't know. I think I have it set up so I click to go. I don't think it'll... Oh. The stare pierces through the rain clouds covered in pitch black. I didn't click that, so... Pours down on me like rain. I don't want it to auto-go, but maybe it's just the intro, so... No, don't look at me. Hold on. Configuration screen. I've got it set to go fairly quick, because I like that, but I don't want it to skip anything. Automatically stop, skip, yeah, that's fine. Enable skip for unread text off, good. Maybe it's just this segment, that's fine. I don't think I have it set to auto mode. Auto mode A. Can't tell if it's on or not. My body won't stop trembling, but it's more the cold rumble I'm sitting on than the chill of the rain. We'll figure it out when it gets to the game proper. It might be an auto-scene regardless, exactly, that's the thing. It's horribly cold. An anonymous gaze from the heavens pierces me. As if to escape it, I raise my head ever so slightly, surveying my surroundings. Very... Yeah, it looks fine. Therein lies a shattered city. Everything looks okay to me. I don't know about you guys, but therein lies despair. This is just what cities look like, right? Therein lies death. Therein lies a nothingness. Happy times ahead. Very. But no one is here. No one is moving. No one is alive. I don't know what to do with my mouse cursor during these. All I can hear is the sound of the rain continuing to fall. Oh yeah, it's totally. This way, everything will... both alive and dead. Will it all be gently enveloped and washed away? You know, the rain's working, I guess. If all that happened was just a delusion, I'd be happy. However, it does not seem to be so. My body won't move.
動かせるのは
Barely move my
か
neck
ろう
and
じて
eyes.
首と瞳だけ。
Yeah, that's setting up. That's not great. I'm trembling, but that's no more than a psychological phenomenon.
僕の意志じゃ
The
ない。
action is involuntary. I don't want
僕
to
は身
shiver
を
like
震わせ
this.
たいなんて思ってない。僕の自
If
由
I
にな
can't
らない
move
な
it
ら
freely, then it
こん
isn't
な
my
の僕の
body.
体じゃない。あるいは
It's as if I was
生まれた
never
時から
born with my own free
僕は
will.
自由なんかじゃなかったかもしれない。心の保
No
管し
one
てある場
knows
所
where the
なん
soul is
て
kept.
誰にもわからないんだ。
Ah, the left pinky toe.
それなのに
Despite that, how can anyone say
一
for
体
sure
誰
that
が
my
こ
soul
の
is
体の
inside
中
my
に
body?
僕の心があるって言い切れるんだ。
No,
でも
But, you know what? No, retracting that answer.
だったら
Funny
僕は
bone.
ど
That's
こ
why
に
it
いた
hurts so
んだ
bad when you hit it. That's the case, then where am
僕
I?
は
Am I
ここにいる
here?
のかな。僕はどこに
Am
も
I
いないのかな。
nowhere? You're just bashing your soul on
す
something.
べてが静
Suddenly a
止してい
sound
る。
that isn't the rain of
壊れて
death
しまった世
resounds.
界に
Throughout this broken world where everything remains at a
死の雨
standstill.
以外の音が響く。無の中
The
から
source
浮かび
comes
上が
floating
って
out of
く
the
る
mists of
たった
nothingness.
一つの湯。君は
Who are you?
誰？その
The
肌が
reason
青
your
白
skin
く見え
appears
るの
so
は
pale
雨の冷た
is
さ
it
に
because
凍
you're
えている
frozen
か
from
ら
the coldness of the rain, or
それとも
because you're already dead?
君がもう死んでいるから。でも
But she isn't
彼女は
trembling
震え
and
ていなかった。
almost hidden by her forelocks.
そ
Its
して
eyes
前髪で隠れそうになっている
and
その
bangs
瞳
and
は
forelocks.
奥を見るな。
Look at me.
ひどく悲
You
し
seem
そうにも
terribly
見える。
sad. You seem infused with
狂気じみてい
madness.
るようにも見え
You
る。
seem to be reflecting nothing.
何も映していないようにも見える。もしも
If
世界には
if
僕
she
と
and I
彼
are
女の
the
二人
only
だけし
ones
か
in
い
the
なくて、
world,
こうして
we continue gazing
お互いだけ
solely
を
at each other
永遠
like
に見
this
つ
for
め
the
合ってい
rest of
たら、
eternity.
僕の世
Would my
界は
world be reduced to what her
彼
eyes
女の
reflect?
瞳に映るものだけになるのかな。彼女の
Would
世
her
界は
world be reduced to what my eyes
僕の
reflect?
瞳に映るものだけになるのかな。彼女の
Am
瞳
I
に映る
what's
も
reflected in
のは
her
僕。
eyes? She is what's
僕の
reflected in
瞳に
mine.
映るものは
Or
彼女。
it wasn't a question. When I think about it that way, the world instantly
そう
becomes
考える
much
と
smaller. I am, she
世
is.
界は途端に矮小化する。
ね
Hey,
不意に
the
僕
lovely
の耳に
noise that
届く
abruptly reaches my
とても綺
ears.
麗なノイズ。
Already, yeah,
彼
it's
女
starting
はう
early.
なだれて
She hangs her head,
両手を左右に
spreads her
広げ、
arms apart.
まるで
It's like she's
あ
trying
の
to
雨
take
雲
off
の
and
上
fly
へ向けて
away,
飛び立とうとす
taking
るかの
aim
よう
above
に。
the clouds.
あるいは
Or it's as if she were to
こ
catch
の雨
all of
す
the
べてを
rain.
受け止めようとするかのように。
I feel like the Viper Urian J would just have to be a close up of the open mouth of the snake with the tongue literally tied in a knot.
あ
Oh,
なたを見つめ
watching you,
そう
vision. Oh,
うなだれた彼女の表情は
the way she hangs her head.
僕の位置からも
There's
伺い
no
知
way
る
I
こと
can
がで
assess
き
her
ない。
expression from my position. Well, we have a magical girl.
雨の薄膜の向こうで
Beyond the thin
君は
film
どんな
of
顔
rain,
をしている？
what kind of face are you making?
殺してあげる
Kill you?
天使、
An angel?
乱舞する光の羽
Those
は
wildly dancing feathers of
僕
light
を祝福しているのか、
blessing me?
それとも、
It's
ああ、そうか、
the
理解したよ。
understand.
それで
She'll
僕を
use
殺してくれるんだね。
do me the favor of killing me.
ゆっくりと
Slowly
倒れている僕の前に
collapse to her
彼女が
knees
膝をつく。
on my collapsed form.
いまだに彼女はうなだれたまま
It hangs down.
僕の頭をそっと
She
抱えてく
softly
る。
reaches to embrace my head,
僕を見てくれないことに
relieved by the fact
僕はほっとして
And she isn't looking
た
at
だ
me.
身を委ねた。
I simply surrender my body to her.
耳元でささやき、
Whisper near my ear.
綺麗なノイズ。
A lovely noise.
でも
But
よく聞こえない。
I can't hear it very well. Oh,
暖かくて、
warm,
柔らかくて、
soft,
優しくて、
tender,
甘美な感触。
sweet sensation.
それは麻酔
It's
のようで
much like
不
anesthesia.
思議なことに体の震え
Mysteriously,
がゆっくりと収ま
trembling
っていく。
gradually starts to lessen.
彼女のかすかな鼻息が
Faint breaths
僕の頬をくすぐる。
tickle my cheek.
とても甘い匂い。
A very sweet scent.
ふと
I
胸に圧迫感を覚えた。
roughly feel a pressure on my chest.
彼女の持っていた大きな
The
剣
great
が
sword she carries
僕
is
の胸の皮膚を裂
tearing
き
the skin off my chest,
肉をえぐり
boring into my
骨の
flesh,
間を縫い
threading between my
ゆっ
bones,
くりと体の中に
steadily
沈み込んでき
sinking
て
its
いる。
way into my
で
body.
も
Yet,
彼女のキスという
numbed
麻
by
酔
the
にかけられ
anesthesia
て
of her kiss,
もう痛みを感じ
I
ない。
no longer feel any pain.
こんなにも優しく殺してく
As
れ
you
るか
kill
ら
me like this, so gently,
不意に切なくなっ
I
て
unexpectedly become
涙
anguished,
が溢れそうになって
on the verge of
それを
crying.
ごまかすため
You
に
keep her from noticing.
彼女の頭越しに
You look
雨
past
を
her
落とし
head
続けている
with the dark gray
鈍色の
sky
空を見上げた。
goes on dropping rain on us.
空が滲んでいるのは
Is the rain's fault
雨のせ
that
い、
the sky is blurring, or is it the rain's
涙の
fault?
せい。
Tears' fault?
も
I
うあの視線も感じ
no
ない。
longer sense that gaze
Mo.
anymore.
何も
There's
ない。
no longer anything
薄
out
れゆ
there.
く意識の中で
My consciousness dims.
僕は空へと手を伸ばす。
Stretch a hand towards the sky.
誰か
Somebody
教えて。
tell me,
僕たちのあの
where
空
might
は
that sky of ours
どこへ行ったんだろう。
have gone? So starting with happy times, yeah. Definitely. Oh, hey, we're gonna get copyright claim for this on YouTube. But I've never seen the opening, I wanna watch it. But YouTube's gonna mute it. Guaranteed. But I've never seen it, I wanna see this. 'I guess I could have looked up ahead of time, but that's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood. Even more blood. I think blood might happen. If you catch up, yes, of course, clearly. Is this the same singer too? Game about hot dogs. Yes. I wonder if she just does the whole series. I only know her from Steins Gate, but... oh. Also, I definitely, like... I'm not sure if that's like a scissors or like a bow or both. It kind of has aspects of... That's... Oh, that's a body. Are we in Shibuya again? Are we in Shibuya again? Yeah, I'll probably give it a watch afterwards, just to see, but... Looking forward to the game. But tomorrow we're starting the Steins Gate anime on the Discord. Fun note, I had to download a copy of the Steins Gate anime. I own it, but I had to download it. Because my PS5, which is my only Blu-ray player, will only play Blu-rays if you turn on a certain setting, but if you turn on that setting, the Elgato card can't capture it. So I legally owned the DVDs and Blu-rays. It was a box set of both. I love them. Can't see the gaze. Being able to see it, even though it's watching me, what a weird concept. As long as I can remember... Okay, so I can... Go back to that. There have been countless instances of me sensing a gaze. Even if I turn around, there's no one there, but I'm always convinced that someone had in fact been watching me. I need to figure out how to not to do... auto mode's on now. Okay. Particular sensation at the back of your neck. Is that just what's called being too self-conscious? It's still going. Alright, so it's the way it goes here. It's not auto mode. It's just going. Also, phobia of being watched. If that's the case, let's turn the text speed down a smidge. It's gonna auto go for bits of it. Also, just for the hell of it, let's save. Okay, I was about to say. Save. Shall I reach middle school? Surely God is watching over me. That's seriously what I thought. An essay I wrote around the same time centered around that kind of theme. Of course, thinking back on it now, I was a kid and overly full of myself no matter how you look at it. It really stings. If somebody else happened to read it now, I'd shut myself up for the rest of my life. I still remember the title of the essay. Whose eyes are those? Something. The backrest of the chair I was leaning against creaked, letting out a sound like a hoarse voice. Okay, see, so only certain things just seem to go on their own. Don't look at me. 3D, the future, technically, the past. Fed up, I remembered that as I looked up at the gloomy ceiling. Of course, there wasn't any answer. This is my room. I live by myself. There isn't a single human being in this room besides me. I tried turning around. Oh man. The room is arranged lengthwise and a little dim. Gotta... Who? Playing like Final Fantasy XI over here? The only source of illumination in here is the lamps out on my computer desk. I didn't expect 3D either, honestly. The room doesn't have any windows, so it's dark to begin with. There's absolutely no way to tell what it's like outside. There's no way to tell if it's noon or night. Window, dude. I raised my voice to the dark corners of the room. My name is Nichijo Takumi. 17 years old. I am a second year at Shumei Academy. Yes, tell that corner of the room that fact. Truth is, I really don't go to school that much. Grades have never been a problem for me. I always take the midterms and finals, and I get pretty good marks on them. You could call me pretty smart. It feels very fortunate to have a visual novel that's anything but illustrations. Yes, I agree. It wasn't as if yelling out was going to make anything happen. No one would come running. The darkness just went on being there in the form of darkness. The dark arouses people's fantasies as well as nightmares. Something that can't be seen is ultimately something unknown. Can't argue there. Even if you know it's impossible, you can't help but wonder if maybe something might be lurking out there. Again, yeah, no, that's fair. Damn it, I have this habit of unintentionally exacerbating my own paranoia. As though to break away from that, I continue my speech. I'm currently away. I mean, I live by myself in Shibuya. You can't escape Shibuya. This Kurenai Hall building is under administration of the building corporation that my dad manages. But I'm renting the container housing located on the roof at a pretty cheap price. You better be. Oh man, he doesn't even have a window? How are you not baking in there? I guess it just isn't summer. Or he's dead. Oh man, like, he's got a computer running in there too. The city environment blows. I live in Shinshincho, and there are a lot of hills, so going around is tiring. On top of that, the Love Hotels district is close by. I like how they have their own district. It'd have been so awesome if it were Akiba. Shibuya is seriously an awful town. It sucks about as bad as Dean's Valley in ESO. I like that here he's like, man, wish it was an Akiba. And the next game's like, we're Akiba. ESO is an abbreviation of the MMORPG I pretty much made my life. Name, I can't really make it out. Profession Paladin, race human something? Level 50, HP a lot, money a lot. Its official title is Empire Sweeper Online. It looks almost like Reinhardt, doesn't it? Like, I'm not sure if that's it, but it would fit. Yeah, no, that would work. Probably. I enter Basilard. That's the name of the world in ESO. Pretty much every day, to the point of depriving myself of sleep. Hate to hear it. So it's not a real thing. Yeah, right? Dean's Valley is the name of an area that appears in ESO, and only aggravating monsters show up there. Okay. For For all that they come at you with sickening special attacks, they don't drop any good items. Oh, that's the worst. Hard monsters that spawn frequently in an MMO and don't drop anything good anyway. The guys who hunt in Dean's Valley are idiots. Upper-level players quickly call it quits and head into a nearby Leite Fortress. Yeah, this would definitely be before 2008. When did World of Warcraft come out? This would definitely be at least when they were writing it, probably thinking more of like the older style of MMO, the like go to an area, grind out stuff, as opposed to like the more newer style of MMO of like follow quest chains, go to quest hubs, level fairly quickly. Naturally, I did the same. That's why a city looks like this, full of delinquents and people who use a love for capitalism. Should hurry up and destroy itself. Let's see what the tips are. MMORPG, abbreviation for massive multiplayer online role-playing game. Yep. Yep. In Japanese, it's also read as Dokyun. Antisocial person with no common sense. Okay. So maybe it's not all the... Oh, DQNS. Oh, that's why. Okay. Cool. But this room brings it down to a level I can handle. That's because it has a top-of-the-line computer and blazing internet connection. Top-of-the-line computer in 2000... What do you say? 2008? 2008? Top-of-the-line computer. Blazing fast 2008 internet, which is like... Also, how is that not making enough heat to, like, entirely stifle that room? It's like Doolittle or something for Google. Eyebrow raise. Also, hey Mitz, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? Welcome to the future. Yeah, clearly the future. Well, it kind of makes a first-class place for a student, so I call it my base. Nothing but me ever moves in this room. Becoming aware of how dumb it was going on talking to myself, I decided to stop my little self-introduction for whoever was watching me. For all that, it's a really dirty room. Didn't you just say you decided to stop talking? Okay. The room smelled of something rotting. I could feel the stagnancy of the air on my skin. Ew. Like, don't get me wrong, my room can be a mess too, but like, it doesn't smell rotting. That'd be the first sign of like, I need to deep clean now. Empty plastic bottles and the containers of already eaten convenience store lunches lay scattered around the floor. There were Aero game packages piled on top of the bed. Thanks to them, I ended up sleeping on the sofa mostly. Why not move them to the sofa? What? Okay. I should really clean up the place. Who the hell would leave such a... Oh yeah, that'd be me. Living in his parents' shipping container. Yeah, that sounds drastically worse. I was starting to get a little irritated at my own repulsive way of laughing. I took my frustration out on one of the plastic bottles laying at my feet. It rebounded and looked about to come flying at the shelf where my figures were lined up, which led me to raising a scream and hastily straining to catch it. I couldn't let any harm come to my nearly 100 brides, sisters, and daughters. These girls are the precious existence that heals my heart. That's subtle. I imagine some of the... Oh, also subtle. I imagine these are all just from other visual novels, but like, straight up just Saber. Like, that's not even like, oh, we changed some things to make it look at this. That's just Saber. That's just Saber. They took her cutout into... Alright. It's their shelf alone that I make sure to tidy up once a week. I investigate things like the angles from which they look the cutest and where they should stand on a daily basis. And, not wanting my darling big sisters and daughters to get dirty, I never neglect to dust them. Just hearing and reading. Taking a relieved breath, I threw the empty bottle into a corner of the room and turned back to my PC. My personal computer is enshrined at the farthest back part of the room. Next to the monitor is Seriatan 1/8 scale, pre-awakening version. A figure from my favorite anime, Rockchu, Blood Tune the Animation, striking a moe pose and smiling at me. Is that a real... Nice. I don't know. Oh, it's here. Lead heroine from the fictional anime, yeah, fictional, Blood Tune the Animation. Like saying dimwit, typical childhood friend tsundere type of character, takes along a mysterious familiar by the name of Nanika. 17 years old, Second year in Rusai High School, she can transform into a magical girl using the power of the stars. Though called a magical girl, she carries a magical stick with her called the Samurai Condenser. To call it a stick would be too atrocious. One could call it a huge metal rod. Sometimes Saria would use this magical stick for physical attacks, rather knocking people around. Originally a Japanese manga, the Blood Toon media franchise developed into an anime. It's also expected to broadcast 26 episodes. Cool. I feel like just whenever we're here, it may as well save. Right. There you go.
セーラー、かわいい
Oh,
よ。
Sarah.
セーラー。
Sarah, you're so cute. So much different from Oakley. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, he had some unlikable aspects, but this guy's just immediately like, oh, okay. Murmuring that after meeting her eyes, I grabbed a bottle of cola from beside my computer and drank it down. It was lukewarm, but I didn't really care. It's the worst thing he said so far.
さてと、
Alright, gotta get back to ESOing. Settling down in my chair, I put both hands at the keyboard. It's the only thing that calms me down. Yes, keyboard. My character in ESO, Nined Heart. You were very close, 7th, but... See, the funny thing is, I know people like Ocarine, but I know people like this too. Legitimately, when I worked at the grocery store, we had somebody so chuny that got suspended for it twice. Straight up, like... He wasn't as chuny as Ocarine, but he clearly did not have just the filter. If he thought something really weeby, he said it, including things negative towards customers. Mind you, the customers deserved it, but you still can't say that when you work in a customer service shop. I'm not saying the customers were in the right, because they weren't, but you can't say the inside thing on the outside when you're a customer service, and he did. He'd constantly, like, Naruto run to the store. He'd constantly be like, he can't get sick because his will is too powerful to allow himself to get sick. Like, I'm trying to remember what else types of things he said. I tried to just avoid him because I really didn't want him to find out that I enjoy anime, because we don't have anything in common, and I didn't want to talk to him. So I really didn't want him to learn that. Man, it was really funny because somebody else I worked with behind the counter, also, hey Grim, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Thought he represented all anime watching people and was just like trash talking people who like anime and like stuff like that. And I was like, I watch anime. And she was like, oh, sorry. Like, it went on for like 5 minutes of her just trashing people who watch anime and like do chuny stuff like that. And I was like, but I enjoy a good anime every now and again too. No, we were saying Ramen knows people like this protagonist. I know people like Ocarine. Though I know some people like this too. You know. Like, it's a paladin that's already gone through every level and then reincarnated back to the first level twice. Wow. Obviously, he's currently at the max level 50. It's the highest rank you can get in any of the valid servers. Also, hey Grim, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Most people recognize me just from the nickname Nineheart der Blitzenschnile. Blitzenschnile? Sure. Yeah. They all treat me like a god. This guy doesn't seem chuny right now. He just seems like... Yeah. I completed all the rare weapons, rare armor, and rare magic. My rare item completion percentage is 95%. Well, it's a bit of an uphill battle. I could never use up all the money points I have. Since I make pocket money through RMT, real money trading, oh, if you're one of those guys, I could live like this for half a year without needing to do any part-time work. Oh, I'm really good at chatting. I take care of all my basic communications this way. I've even helped other players out in that huge anonymous message board at channel. I had to participate in epic threads a lot too. Just the second somebody goes, I'm really good at chatting. No, I can already tell you you're not, knowing nothing else about you. No, you're not. Nobody who's good at chatting says that. Oh, yeah, that's right. in Future Para, a social networking site. You know, my friends list passed the 100-person mark ages ago. I am so popular. Respect, trust, it's all right here. I don't go to school. It's not that I don't want to go, it's that there's no point in going. I can get all my studying done online. Studying at home is enough. But it seems that you gotta have this thing called sufficient credits to graduate, so I spend the absolute minimum amount of time at school that I have to. That's the smartest way to survive as a student. The parents always complain about it, which is why I created an ideal minimum attendance shift chart for myself. Wow. According to the chart, if I go 2.5 times a week, I'll be fine. The guys who go to school every day call me an otaku freak and look down on me, but from my perspective, the ones who stop thinking for themselves and just go to school as they're told are the real morons. In any case, my lifestyle here ain't so bad. You live in a shipping container with no windows, no ventilation, and a hot computer in it. How are you not melting? How? What are you doing in the game? Oh crap. Hey, Nightheart, what's up? You're not replying. You fell asleep or something? I got all worked up about the gays and completely forgot that I was chatting with Grim. I had no idea. Grim's a friend I always team up with in ESO. We've never met IRL, but we always talk online. On top of that, Grim brings me all kinds of valuable news. He's almost like some sort of information broker. Grim knows their stuff. Seated in my chair, I start typing. Do you now? My bad. Not so much falling asleep as just spaced out, lol. You must be pretty tired. Not enough sleep? You too busy with your girl, lol. Up late every night. I'm not interested in 3D girls, haha. Also, hey Mike, how's it going? Welcome to my play in the chat. I hope so too. Grim and I talk about everything. We're not face to face, so I feel at ease talking about almost anything. But in real life, that's not the case. Then you mean the 2D world? Okay? No. Everything always seems to be about Arrow with you, lol. Come on. Isn't it you who's always fantasizing about Arrow stuff? You were just all pumped up talking about it. Schoolgirls in swimsuits. Grim? Yeah? Don't remember too well. But anyway. Did you just butt anyway out of that? If that's what we're talking about, let me whip out my pet theory. It's gotta be school swimsuit plus glasses. Why is I'll kill you there? School swimsuit, repeated over and over and over. Sierra is so cute. School swimsuit, I'll kill you. Oh, we get a choice here. Oh, you missed his shelf, which has very clearly just Saber on it. Not like, oh, we changed it just enough. It's Saber. Alright. What do you guys want? Yes or no? School swimsuit plus glasses. I don't know what it means by no. I guess just to disagree with that, but this is clearly important. This determines our ending right here, obviously. Yes? Sure. You were clipping? Oh, we've been asked a very important question. School swimsuit plus glasses, yes or no? Neither of these are monster girls. True, Grim. True. If they give that option. Grim is in the game. Also, hey Topaz, welcome to Vapor in the chat. Sure, we'll go with yes then. I'm seeing 2 yeses. Why not? It's not a real school swimsuit unless there's a name tag on her chest. Yes or no? Is that how school swimsuits work in Japan? Does this have any bearing on the game? Save first? Nah. No. We commit. It might be, yes. I don't care. We're going through. That's the lead to a bad end. Sure. Yeah, we'll go with agree, I guess. White school swimsuits are better than black. I always thought it was like a darker blue, but like whenever I see like anime and manga and stuff, it's always the darker color. So I'm gonna say yes, because it's the only one I see. Didn't know they had white swimsuits. But again, I don't know real life. I only base it off media. So Oh, yeah, so yes, that's what I meant. Or I meant no, yeah. Because this is the one I'm used to seeing. Again, in anime. Blue, yeah, I always thought it was like a dark, like navy blue, but we'll go with that. School swimsuit class is the obvious default. And here's a bit of trivia. The key part of school swimsuit is the name tag on the chest. Also, the swimsuit has to be navy blue. I won't accept anything else. Hey, Rolful, you want a girl with glasses? A school swimsuit with glasses, that's the key. Normally, you take off your glasses if you're wearing a swimsuit, you'd think. But in the end, she doesn't. That's the part that spurs my fantasies. You are a strange human being. Your libido's at full throttle. Well, that's what makes you Neidhart. It leaves me in shock, but also I have a strange attraction to it. Lol. Don't phrase it with stuff like, but also. I got a little overheated there, but I'm aiming to be a cool type of character. Cool. Lol. I like the immediate, just all caps, like, you're kidding, right? Don't laugh. So what were we talking about before I dozed off? Well, whatever the case, we were probably exchanging ESO-related news. Hey, don't forget stuff like that. There's been some stuff going on in the 3D world recently. What? What do you mean? Shogun has entered the room. Current member is 3. Nice to meet you, Lord Shogun. Yo. Tried greeting him, but Shogun didn't reply. What the fuck? Is he ignoring me? Holy bleach. Oh man. Why not? Yeah. He lets you do it, so why the heck not? Despite the fact that I went out of my way to be friendly. That's going out of his way to be friendly. Out of his way. His own words. His own words. Out of his way to be friendly. Just, see, this, honestly, I'd almost consider that out of your way. Like, you do the little face, you get the little, like, hi. This is just, you know. Does he know who I am? Is he acting this rude regardless? Oh, that's why. Don't you know? Dude, I'm Neidhart der Blitzenscheil. I'm going to pronounce that differently and wrong every time. It's illegal to enter one of these chat rooms in the first place if you're just going to lurk. Whatever. I don't give a shit. This pro tag is something. Oh yeah, there you go. See, I imagine it's supposed to be a wave, but I just see this. This is what's nice about the net. There's no need to bother yourself with pointless interpersonal relationships. But you clearly have an interpersonal relationship with Grim. So, what was it, Grim? I'm talking about those recent incidents. I don't know anything going on in the third dimension. Wow. Anyway, it's gotta be something stupid, no? More or less. But it's still pretty shocking. Shocking. So that means a gory murder or something must have happened. It has been getting more dangerous around here recently. That's why I stay in my shipping container. I mean, couldn't you have just made this like a private chat? No. You're not going to bring up Goro pics again, are you? You really can't handle Goro. It's not like that. No, I really don't want to see it. Yeah, nobody does. That's where I clicked. Game? Oh. But there have been a lot of composites and other shopped pictures around. They're set up as traps in lots of different places, and if I get tricked by one, I end up looking whether I want to or not. Well, I might have gotten a little desensitized. Even though you're the strongest paladin Basilard, lol. You're the strongest character in a fictional video game. Why can't you, a human being, see pictures of gore and, like, terrible things happening to people? I don't PK. PK is abbreviation for player kill, I know. It refers to the dicks who take part in a certain kind of delinquent behavior, killing unrelated people in net games, stealing their equipment and money points. I can't believe money points is what they call it. PKers, yeah, you know, don't do stuff that childish. Since it goes against my policy. Yeah, he's a paladin. He's a paladin. Not breaking ESO's rules, but I do real money trading right and left. Actually, oh yeah, I have that now. I haven't actually played it yet though. most of my experience with PKing comes in WoW because I played on a world PvP server. That's where all my friends played on. I don't PvP much, as you guys know, so it was really easy to kill me, and I got no problem if somebody kills me once. It's the people who will then camp your corpse for the next 45 minutes because they have nothing better to do and kill you the second you respawn. Those are the people I hate. Those are the people I hate a lot. If somebody sees an easy target and murders me as they go by, wonderful. But the people who will just spend like an hour of their time making it so I can't do anything for an hour suck. I don't miss that. Apparently it's just a toggle now. It's not a server-based thing in WoW. It's just a toggle you can turn on and off. Hey, calm yourself down. Bold hero, haha. New gen. Do you know it? New gen? What's that? We haven't covered this yet, have we? Although Grimm referred to it like it'd be natural for me to know it. Question marks. What is it? The new generation of madness. Online, it's been shortened to New Gen. It's what they are calling a string of mysterious incidents that have been happening in Shibuya. They're all in your neighborhood. Oh yeah, Grimm, we're in Shibuya. Again. Ah, now that you mention it, kind of remember something about an accident. It's gotta be. But I just vaguely knew about it and hadn't bothered to check the details. Deloodle. When I tried searching New Gen, I got some hits right away. The new generation madness. In the first incident, committed suicide together in the middle of the night of the building and died Let's see. The two incidents that occurred in Shibuya this past month are collectively being called New Gen. Including a fetus, there have been 7 victims. The first case involved 5 friends who took part in a group dive from a high-rise building. That would explain why that is a lot of ketchup. In the second case, a fetus was stuffed into a man's body. Oh. Okay. Oh, you serious? A chill went down my spine. That's how it should, yeah. Before I knew it, I turned to look around my room again. Nippon Taboo. There are plenty of links to older New Gen news on Taboo, so I went ahead and started skimming them. Man, you know it's old when they're even referencing Yahoo. Ooh. The new generation madness, such are the incidents that have been causing a stir in the net for day after day. 2 instances of this have already occurred, one featuring such a brutal method of killing that there were TV channels that I imagine forbade to express the criminal's behavior in words. Yeah? Apparently there are also rumors that the initial diving accident might have been a homicide. All of the dead 5's parents and friends declare that there's no way she or he would ever commit suicide. I can't come up with so much as a trace of a motive. Additionally, circumstantial evidence makes it difficult to think that they were attempting suicide. Like, they've all been in your neighborhood. Like, it's not for you, your neighborhood. I took a quick look, and did it freak you out? Not really, it's not like it interests me. That's a link. Lol, take a look. What's this? It's a virus. A photo of one of the victim's corpses. You ass, you're having fun at my expense here. That's this kind of thing once in a while. But if I hesitated, I'd hurt my reputation. So I should probably give a disclaimer. Seems like this game's gonna have some blood in it. Setting aside real life, when it comes to ESO, I'm a god. I'm the strongest. I'm a knight of justice who knows everything and is stronger than anyone. Wow. Wow. Is he just Kirito with an ego? Like I'd let him make a fool of me. I'll click this link so I'm not a fool. I don't even know, 7. I mustered my courage and clicked the URL. Well played, Grim. Well played, Grim. Well played. What? So it's just a shitty doodle? Haha, you got me. Who drew this? Lol. Waves hand. I drew a little before. Took 2 minutes. A prodigy has appeared. Lol. Now that things have calmed down, I'm gonna hit the sack. Later. See you tomorrow in Baselard. Grim has left the room. Current members, 2. Come to think of it, that Shogun guy was still here. I'd completely forgotten about him. Not that it mattered either way. I wasn't that sleepy, so I thought of doing a bit of hunting in ESO or something. Speaking of which, Burachu broadcast today. There's no TV in my room. I get everything done on my PC. Another 15 minutes, huh? Maybe I'll go to the bathroom or something first. Wait to see. Please tell me there's a bathroom outside the shipping container. Please tell me. Spotting Sierraton next to my monitor, I grinned. Today I'll be able to see Sierraton. It's something I always look forward to. As I thought that, I was just about to close the chat window when... Shogun posted something. It's just right outside, I think. Washing machine. Okay, I wasn't paying attention for those. That would hopefully... Like, realistically, he had to. I know he's got a messy room, but, like, it can't be that. What's with this guy, posting after being silent for so long? He wasn't a faithful lurker? Going by the file extension, it looked like a link to an image, but... A sudden link from someone suspicious? A person I don't know, and on top of that, one who hasn't posted a single thing before? Without thinking, I gulped down a breath. You're a fool if you click that image, sir. Just saying. He's gonna click it, but he's a fool. What's going on? I'd never felt this kind of horrible premonition before, in all my time on the net. Of course, I didn't want to click it. I clicked my tongue, looked at the clock. 12 minutes until my promised time with Sierraton. Be a good idea to cut off the conversation right away. Yes, he's clearly a fool. Look, are you trying to use Zhu Lang's trap here? Lol. The world changes if you click it. Whoa, wait. What's with this English? Lol. Tried my best to sound like I was joking around, to make it seem like I had plenty of relaxation to spare. Plenty of relaxation to spare. Truthfully, I didn't want to chat with some guy I didn't know. I was nervous and it made me sweat. That's to say nothing of the fact that the Shogun person wasn't Japanese. There'd be no way to deal with him. Hey, you started talking to me normally. My mind was put to rest a little. Sorry I surprised you. No problem. Why were you lurking? Someone tell you to go F off and lurk for half a year? I was thinking. Where are you chatting from? For some reason, there was a weird gap. Shibuya. A vision of the New Gen incident sprung to the front of my mind. They were gory enough with someone like me envisioning them, so in reality they must not have been something you could bear to look at straight on. A man's torn stomach, the fetus that was forcibly stuffed in the hole. Man, that doesn't get any better to read. When the 5 who dove from that high-rise hit the ground, they must have gotten so badly messed up that there would be no way to tell what they originally looked like. Just imagining it made me feel sick to my stomach. I hastily shook my head to get rid of the gruesome delusions. This Shogun guy is so suspicious to make me think about all that stuff. I got seriously caught up in it. I'm in Shibuya too. Oh, it's like a high five. He knows because of the previous chat. Seems like a lot of strange incidents have happened lately. They're still happening. That's the Shibuya. It shudders. Fun raised to the 10 times int raised to the 40 equals IR2. Is he just a freak or what? I said I'm smart, but I'd never seen the formula he posted out of the blue. Tried searching for it just in case. In times like this, it's easiest if you just run a search. Shogun math terms. Huh? No hits. Could it be that he simply typed in some random made-up formula to make himself seem intelligent? I don't get it. This equation has killed the world's possibilities. I don't follow you. More importantly, what's the link from before? Would I get more out of it if I played along and clicked it? Lol. I thought you might be interested. Oh. Oh. Countless URLs went up at an incredible speed. What's going on with this guy? Is he getting his kicks by intimidating me? Maybe he's a friend of Grimm, working together to pull the wool over my eyes? Keeps looking behind himself. Hey look, it's Saber. Sensing the gaze again, I look around my room. Naturally though, all that was there was the room's unchangeably dim and messy interior. That's another fake character too, right? That's just a Nendo. That's just a Nendo. I definitely don't know most of these characters, but I can just take out fate designs because they're everywhere. An unidentifiable terror. Since it was already normal for me to feel like I was being watched, I couldn't get myself to calm down.
僕を見るな。
Don't look at me. When I tried putting it into words, I realized that my voice was shaky. My familiar messy room felt like something altogether different. It's said that after you watch a fear-mongering TV program, or go to a horror movie, or hear a scary story from your friend, the careless air of your own house, which you should be used to, becomes so frightening that you can't go to the bathroom by yourself late at night. Right now, I'm having a similar experience. Yeah, I've had times like that when I used to go like see horror movies and like wake up in the middle of the night. It's like, nah, I can hold it. It's fine. Especially it's like one of the, when you see one of those movies and at the time you're like, oh, that wasn't that scary, and like fast forward 6 hours when it's like midnight, you're like, it was way scarier than I thought it was. Damn it! Like I'll let myself be taken in by this troll. Shaken up and leaning in towards my monitor, without thinking, I put pressure onto my right index finger and click one of Shogun's links. Oh, wait. Oh, honestly, I don't know why I did it. It's not that my hand moved on its own or anything. Without thinking doesn't describe it at all. It was possible for me to regard it as a pure mistake, but the motion of clicking had come to me all but naturally.
なんだよこれ。
What's this? What filled the monitor screen was a photograph of an object d'art. Something like the spikes of a hedgehog or a needle-stuffed flower arranged in tulle was stuck to a wall in the shape of a cross. A reddish-black puddle had formed underneath the giant flower arranging tool, with its needles sticking out all over. And I couldn't make them out, but there were also a number of small garbage-like lumps strewn around. Seriously, what was this? The work of some puffed-up, self-proclaimed avant-garde artists? They show up a lot. There's people who create gory-looking works and unabashedly say, it expresses the chaos of this world. I had no intention of coming to understand that kind of moronic art. Still, it was a mysterious image. It wasn't directly Goro, it only reached the point of having a Goro-esque sense to it. Despite that, why did it feel so raw to me? Why did it give off such a strong presence? Is it possible to hallucinate the scent of blood entering your nose enough to make you choke? Is it possible to experience an illusory smell so vivid that it brings about nausea? A stabbing pain struck at my temples. The nausea wouldn't stop. Also, I don't know how well you guys can hear it because it's really low. Obviously, there's no music during this bit. But you can just hear that like chugging sound of like a computer working on something in the background. It's very faint, but it's just like the sound of a computer running. Cool. Nice ambiance. I desperately tried to grab the mouse, but my hand was shaking and it didn't go well. I was so frantic that I failed to grasp it and it slipped off the desk, dragging only its cord behind it. I reeled in the cord, set it back on the mousepad, and closed the window. What leapt into my relieved sight was... Whose eyes are those eyes? Okay. I stared at my self-titled minimum attendance shift chart. Yesterday, I didn't get to watch Bakaru in real time, but after that, I watched it on YouTube, so it wasn't a real problem. Even after watching it, something still felt wrong. What Shogun said right before I closed the chat window, it's almost as if he'd seen through the fact that I cowered in fear of God's gaze. It's too much of a mere coincidence. Maybe my personal information was leaked in ESO. Maybe it was someone who didn't like Nineheart. Thought about the different possibilities. He opened. He didn't. He didn't even know he opened a link, presumably. However, I think he's referencing the protagonist mentioned that his entire life he kept feeling like he's been watched. He used to think he was literally being watched by God until he wrote a cringy report in middle school, and now he's just like, this is just my life. I get the feeling people are watching me. So I think it's more weird that he commented on that. I don't think it has anything to do with the picture he clicked. That's what I'm guessing from this, at least. A godlike existence like mine has many allies, but also many enemies. Well, the enemies were basically a kind of side effect of the popularity. Of course they'd be there. People who envied Nineheart's strength and popularity childishly tried to provoke me. I get it, you're not popular in real life, so you made yourself popular in the game and you tie your entire presence to that, but like, dude, come on. That's It's flatter than I thought it was. I ran out of Dr. Pepper, and I didn't make any tea, so I got some ginger ale. But it's a little flat. It's life. It's cold. It's refreshing. It's fine. Well, the enemies... Oh, yeah. I read that. It was just a matter of ignoring them. But this was different. The fact that I had no clue who Shogun was worried me to the point where I am logging into ESO. I couldn't concentrate on all the hunting. On top of it all, today was
最悪の日だ。
worst possible day. It was a school day, according to my minimum attendance shift chart. I had to go. I really didn't want to, but if I didn't go by my minimum attendance shift chart, my calculations would get messed up, and in the worst case scenario, I might have to repeat a year.
眠いのに。
Even though I'm sleepy. I fought off a yawn and trudged off towards school. It takes about 10 minutes to walk from my base to school. My mood sank lower after I started walking. My body felt heavy. It was hard to breathe, and I started to sweat. It's always like this when I go to school. Walking around. I don't have to go to school. It's such a painful event. Muttering balefully to myself, I kept moving my feet forward all the same. Head down, watching the asphalt's white line. I entered Shoto Park. The school is right on the other side. Housewives took their morning walks, and salarymen sat on the benches reading sports newspapers around the park's pond. Even though Shibuya was so crowded and noisy, the park on the outskirts was quiet and perfectly fit the expression, a place for relaxation. Excuse me. I sat down on one of the benches too. On the way to school, it was a habit of mine to eat breakfast while gazing at the surface of the pond brimming with serene water. It was a nice time of year, and the trees were gradually gaining color. This just not be the worst. Maybe he stays the worst. I don't know. Today's menu was some breakfast bread I'd brought at a convenience store along the way. It would be enough to tide me over until night. I wouldn't normally eat lunch. Also, we haven't saved in a while. Just save for the hell of it. No one wanted to eat lunch with a creepy otaku like me, and I had no interest in eating lunch by myself while everyone around me merrily ate together. But you're so good at chatting, how come you can't make any friends? After finishing my cream-filled bread with some Coke, I gazed listlessly up at the sky. Somehow, the skies of Shibuya always appeared red. Doesn't matter what season it is, the sky doesn't change. My parents' house was only a few stations down along a river. There's a distinctly different feeling between there and here. That said, I kinda like the dullness of the sky, though I really don't know why. I glanced at my watch and checked the time. If I didn't get going soon, I'd be late. I had to avoid that at all costs. As someone who only goes to school 2.5 times a week, how do you do that? I couldn't do anything to make myself stand out. Only showing up 2.5 times a week isn't what's going to make you stand out? Being absent more than not? In any case, it was important to just be there, kinda like the air, to safely and peacefully make it through the day without catching the eyes of the teachers or any delinquent types, and without having anyone interfere with me. That was the goal of my school life. Yes, yeah. I attend Sumi Private Academy. Doesn't have much of a history. I hear that it was founded about 10 years ago. The building is neat and trim looking, and a lot of TV dramas about teaching are shot there. It's specific. The uniforms were apparently designed by a famous designer, so quite a few of the girls are airheads who entered the school just because they wanted to wear the uniform. What? It's ostensibly a prep school, but the percent of people who continued on to college is at the upper middle level. Hilariously enough, they use the blurb, "a free creative school atmosphere," as the selling point for new students, regardless of the fact that the school regulations are very strict. I don't know. Well, the rules are in the process of becoming rules only in name. Besides, it isn't entirely off the mark to describe it as a free creative school atmosphere. Yes. Yeah, see you around 7th. Thanks for hopping by. Hope you enjoyed Grim popping up in chat, you know. See you around. After all, someone like me who only comes 2.5 times a week can keep raising to the next grade like anyone else. It might have been expected when I reached the front of the school, or as might have been expected when I reached the front of the school, the other students on their way there started getting noisy. But since I'm not so good with crowds, I hunched over as I passed through the school gates. In my heart, I went on fervently, reciting, "No one talk to me, no one talk to me," over and over again. But you're so good at chatting. You said so yourself. And you're so smart, and you're so strong, and just. My little sister, who's 1 year younger, goes to this school too, but she lives with my parents. The day when I run into her is a tragic day indeed. Luckily, today, I managed to get to my classroom without encountering her and in one piece. I quickly took my seat so as not to meet anyone's eyes. I had the feeling that the group of girls chatting nearby tossed me a look, but it was only for a second, and they went back to their conversation without saying anything. You didn't see them. You literally just had a feeling they were watching you for a second. They deep down, they viewed me as a creep, no doubt about it. From my point of view, 3D girls are far more creepy. This guy. It's fine by me if they think I'm a creep. If they don't notice I'm here, all the better. If they just do that, then I'll go on living in silence, without giving them any trouble. I often wonder what's wrong with the people who call me creepy. I don't get it. Excuse me. That's true. It almost seems like they want the attention of the people they're calling creeps. I don't know. I was in my seat, just hunched over my desk, staring at its surface.
Yo, Taku.
Yo, Taku! Suddenly, someone smacked me lightly on the back. Oh, the fear! Yeah, Grim did a multi-dip itself. It's so much Grim for month 2 of being multi-self. Congrats again, Fear, on getting it. Thanks for sharing the notification. Hope you're still enjoying all the Viperland goodies. Even you forgot. It startled me and I raised my head. Today, a school-going day for you?
Misumi-kun.
Misumi-kun? My classmate, Misumi Daisuke-kun, was giving me a grin. He was pretty good looking and all the girls seemed to like him. He himself openly declared how much he liked women, and for him to say he was dating several people at once. From my perspective, he was a guy who jumped fully into delinquent territory. I mean, if they all know and are fine with it, it's not delinquent, but you know, whatever. Old style anime faces, yeah, right? Apparently this is only 1 year before Steins Gate. If possible, I'd have preferred to not have any connection to him at all, but... You always look down. Too much gaming and not enough sleep? Yeah, it's not Clannad, thankfully. Not really. He's the only person in the entire class who talked to me. I wonder why he always started talking to me. Our hobbies and personalities aren't even slightly similar. It's been on my mind since we became classmates this year. If, hypothetically, I were a girl, I would kind of understand. But being a guy, I don't know why you talk to me. I guess there's no avoiding it. You are Hikikomori. But come on, try answering a little more cheerfully. I'd have done so a long time ago. It's almost painful for me to talk to 3D human beings. Die, though. Anxiety keeps my voice from coming out properly. Since I don't normally talk much, I can't articulate myself well through speech. And I shrink back just because I'm scared I might say something stupid and be made fun of. I wish people wouldn't talk about stuff like they know nothing about. Talk about stuff like they know nothing about. They have no clue how hard it is for me. Oh, but I'm no hikikomori. A hikikomori is someone who shuts himself in his room 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I'm different. Not occasionally. Being nervous around chicks is one thing, but you act like that around me. People are gonna think I'm a homo. Product of its time. Fan translation. Product of its time. What? Hold up. Really doesn't like girls? And he's really into guys? You missed the entire point of what he said. In a hurry to put some distance between us, I pulled away. I almost fell out of my chair. Flustered, I had to grab onto the desk. What the hell are you doing? Misumi-kun, are you gay? Huh? Like hell I am. Have you forgotten how I am with the ladies? Oh, yeah. You scared the crap out of me. It's a terrifying thought, clearly. By the way, Misumi-kun quickly checked out our surroundings, grinned, and lowered his voice. Yesterday I got my hands on my third girl from this class. Wanna know who? That's okay. Really? Come on, show some more interest. It was Tanaka. I'm telling you, man. Tanaka.
田中って誰
Who's Tanaka?
お前
It's almost October and you still don't know your classmates' names?
三次元
But I
に
guess
興
that's
味ないじゃん
natural since you're not interested in the third dimension. Exasperated, he shrugged his shoulders and let out a sigh. However, up until the present, he had never once belittled me for my hobby. That is, the fact that I love 2D characters. He didn't call me creepy or anything. It wasn't to his taste, so he didn't overstep himself. Looking at that side of him, he didn't seem like such a bad guy. This might have been why I unintentionally fell into conversations with him whenever he started talking to me.
これでうちのクラスの可
With
愛い
this, I
女は
finished capturing practically
攻
all
略
the
完了
cute
だ
girls in our class.
そろそろ隣のク
Thinking
ラ
that
ス
it's about time to expand my hunting grounds to the class next door. Maybe he isn't that good of a guy after all. If the girls overheard this, I think they'd be appalled.
D 組よ
I hear there's a real hottie in Class D, but she only comes to school every once in a while. Somehow, doesn't the thought of that get you moed up? Ah, but in your case it's more like the warm and fuzzy kind of moe, than getting fired up kind of moe. What? I wish people wouldn't toss around the word moe without knowing what it means. Oh, okay. Well, let's stop talking about stuff you aren't into. So, you heard about that new gen
知っ
thing?
てるだろ
Honestly, it surprised me to hear those words coming out of his mouth. I thought he was a person who didn't think about anything other than women. I couldn't picture him watching the news or reading the paper.
集団ダイブの事件
According to the rumors, the group
あれも
Dive case was
噂による
murder
と
too.
殺人らしい
Well, I mean, even if all he cares about is the ladies, he still has to talk with them occasionally, and rumors and gossip come up. Using him to brag, I don't know. Oh, whose voice? Protag or Ladies Man?
へ
Is that
え
so?
マジだって書いてあったんだよスポ島に
Not joshing you. It was written in the sports newspaper. So a source was a sports newspaper. Wouldn't that make it completely unreadable? Protag and Monarch. Oh, okay. That would explain why you're like, I know that voice. Besides, I'd already heard that news. Not that it had caught my
で
interest.
聞いて驚け
So listen and be amazed, will you? An eyewitness reports that the killer is female, and on top of that, a real beauty.
女
Too, okay. Female. As I watched Misumi-kun tell me this excitedly, the dots finally connected. I saw why Misumi-kun had suddenly started reading the sports paper, which he normally wouldn't have given the time of day to. Polar opposites. I don't know what you're talking about. This seems like definitely that character. It had to do with a girl. I guess you could call this a natural development. Would he be cool with a murderer so long as she was cute? Speaking for myself, I'd be okay with that if she were a 2D character. But Misumi-kun cast his eyes at the blue sky beyond the windows. His face took on a far-off look. Yotaro's voice actor? Really? Really? Why is he looking... Really? No. Why is he looking like he just achieved enlightenment or
どんな
something?
やつなんだろうな犯人って
I wonder what kind of person the culprit is. Is she really a
会ってみ
hottie?
て
I'll see her and find out. I can't hear it. I don't hear it. Sign of a good voice actor, I suppose, but I don't hear it. Just now I became certain of the fact that this is a guy who lives solely through the lower half of his body.
俺だけは殺されねえ
I'm
自信があるんだよ
confident
な
that she won't kill me, at least. After all, look, I'm a pretty cool guy,
いくら連
right?
続殺人鬼
She
でも
might be a serial killer, but once she meets me, she'll fall in love on the
コロッ
spot,
と惚
man.
れちゃうぜ
He might actually be more delusional than Protag. He might actually be. That's why you won't get killed. The frivolity of his train of thought whooshed clear over my expectations. I reeled back from the Misumi-kun who proved himself able to say such a thing breezily and without hesitation.
僕は
I'm not into that, so...
でもよ
But hey,
興味ない
whether or not it catches your interest, the perp is definitely wandering around the area, you know? You might end up crossing paths with her
するか
somewhere.
もしんねえし
What if Misumi-kun was a killer? No. I could certainly rule that much out, but I couldn't completely deny the possibility that it was one of the students here. If that were the case, maybe I should say I have PTSD to maneuver my way into graduating even with insufficient attendance.
な今日俺
Look,
と一緒に
want to come check out the crime scene with me
殺人現場見に行
today?
かね
We can get there by walking from here. Sounds like there's still blood and stuff left over.
まだ血とか残ってるらし
I
い
had
ぞ
absolutely zero interest in doing so. All I wanted was to peacefully and safely take my classes, hurry up and go home, read my Seroton, and return to the world where I can become a god.
もう 小橋と長谷川は見に行ったって言ってたしよ。
Kobayashi and Hasegawa say they've already been there to see it.
本当に興味ない
I'm
んだ
not into that kind of thing, really. I feel bad for turning down... I'm gonna save. Click this. So squeeze out my voice. No, it's not clickable. So squeeze... Couldn't get along with this. Okay, so I squeezed out my voice with the intention of somehow refusing him, but he wouldn't listen. What was that?
そしたら犯人と
Then we might have a surprise run-in at the perp. Isn't it often said the criminal returns to the scene of the crime? And you'll be her next target. Repay your sins with death, that kind of thing. As for the nature of your offense, let's see. How about because you're shut in? Shut in neat. You should die. Let's go to a place where somebody might kill you. We're friends. Of course, there's no reason for me to want to see blood or anything. That kind of thing is too terrifying. It wasn't a haunted mansion type attraction or a horror film. People were being killed in real life, and the perpetrator still hadn't been caught. I didn't want to go anywhere that might be even a tiny bit dangerous. Even so, I found myself wondering about the new-gen criminal's motive. Were the incidents pleasure killings by someone with a couple screws loose in his or her head? It might be most fitting to think along those lines. Well, whatever. It had nothing to do with me. By the way, I'm also a mass murderer, despite having killed so many, and treated like a hero nevertheless. Inside ESO, that is. Lol. Oh, this guy's such a good person. Also, hey Potions, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? That comparison alone is enough to prove that the 2D world is unquestionably better than the real world. While frantically turning down Misumi-kun's invitation, I internally pictured myself throwing one straight punch after another. A murderer, you say? I'd smash a guy like that to pieces the second I met him. By sinking into delusions like that, I was capable of killing or saving anyone. Ooh. Someone who tried to enact in real life would be a pure idiot for not thinking about the consequences. Oh yeah. Protag's friend online is named Grim. Even the new-gen killer would have to get caught pretty soon, and after being put in jail for several decades, they'd get executed. I wanted to tell that killer. Aha, if only you'd stuck to doing it in your imagination and left it at that. I went out to buy dinner. I was on the road to the neighborhood convenience store I usually frequent. It's about 3 minutes from my base by foot. Familiar scenery, a filthy street. But unlike any other day, today I was attacked by the peculiar sensation that I'd gotten lost in a different world altogether. Although the scenery itself hadn't changed, it was as if I were setting foot in this place for the first time. Imposter posing is great. Apparently this is called Jamibu. I've looked it up online before. Okay. Also, the rotten stench of raw garbage was floating in the air. As it do. The seeping moisture that clung to my skin was enough to make me mistakenly think it was raining. The air seemed to pace itself to me. Humidity. Sound. I faintly heard the sound of something being dragged along. I stopped my feet and listened closely. The sound was coming from the depths of a narrow alley that bent away to the left of where I was standing, or so it seemed anyway. There were no street lamps, and no streetlight came from nearby houses. Which is why I couldn't quite tell what lay at the end of the road, even if I strained my eyes. To think that a place of such deep darkness could be found in modern Japan, not to mention in Shibuya, which is right up there with Shinjuku when it comes to being labeled a city that doesn't sleep. It's kind of like being in a haunted house. Nope, no lights. No, there was one aspect in which it differed conclusively from a haunted house. It was the fact that this darkness wasn't man-made. This is all natural darkness. I didn't want to go there. It would be better not to go there. In my heart, I kept warning myself. As if I were being sucked in by the sound that continued unbroken, my feet took an inexplicable step forward. Organic darkness. The fear that something awful would happen if I kept going. My heart pounded violently, and greasy sweat poured down my forehead.
その先に
And here, someone let forth a lovely noise. It reached my ears as a whisper. that someone suddenly grabbed my forearm. So abrupt that I fell into a panic and tried to scream, but it wouldn't come out. And it took all my strength merely to expel air from my throat. Terror made me want to run away any second now, but my body wouldn't listen to me. My feet froze on the spot and wouldn't move a millimeter. The hand of the person gripping my arm, it entered my field of vision. Oh, it was deep green and as thin as a mummy's, with countless veins protruding. It didn't look at all like it belonged to someone living. Oh, would agree with that.
行くの
Going beyond here, it truly won't have been strange for me to fall on my ass right there and lose control of my bladder. Yet her voice was oddly easy on the ears, and my erupting fears suddenly came under control.
危険
It's dangerous. With a low, tense voice, I slowly turned around. The first thing that flew into my eyes was the Sume Academy emblem. It's something that's sewn onto the breast of all Sume uniforms. I could tell she was a girl from the fact that she was wearing a skirt. I didn't have the courage to look at the most important part, her face. As she was standing closer than I'd expected, it took all of my effort to avert my eyes. Something was wrong here. You don't say. Sensing that in a corner of my head, only a corner, I took a second look at my upper arm. The girl's delicate and feminine fingers were what gripped my arm, even though all I had seen previously was a green Goro hand. Who was she? Who was this girl? What kind of face did she have? What kind of face was she looking at me with? What was she doing here? Various doubts ran through my mind, but I couldn't bring myself to speak to her, so all I did was hang my head. Without my noticing it, the dragging sound had
もう
vanished.
帰
Go back. As though to replace that, what came from her body, hey,
ったく
Fumi-kun, was the scent of blood. Good happy times.
これはいい。
That was sweet. I was sitting in front of a PC monitor. I poured some Coke in my mouth to suppress my exhilaration and stretched wildly in my reclining chair. It was a very real-seeming flight of fancy, if I do say so myself. Plus, a high school girl with a mysterious air to her appeared to me. Thought about giving her a name and cultivating her in my imagination. Nope, not Dr. Pepper here. Apparently, each of the 3 main series have different drinks they like. So, got the TM. Yeah, clearly. Again, fan translation. This game was not officially released in English, so you know. I want to see like a bottle that says like some variation of Coca-Cola on it. But we know that they straight up did say Dr. Pepper in the Steins Gate one, even though the text fudged it. So this was all in his head. I play around like this a lot. Sometimes I cast pre-existing characters, such as Siriatan. Excuse me. But I got the sense that this girl was a different type from Siriatan. Dr. Pepper, yeah. Whatever the case, what's great about it is that I can do whatever the hell I want in my head. Whether it's set in the second or third dimensions, and all that occurs in my delusions goes according to my godly will. So your godly will had you almost piss your pants in fear at a blood-covered green swamp thing girl.
次はちょっとエロ要素
Next time I'll put in a little arrow too. I muttered without thinking, as if I were back in my base. When I remembered that I was at a net cafe, I covered my mouth. I quietly studied my surroundings. Well, it's not like anyone was listening. As I hated going out, At Cafe was my sole amusement spot. It was located at the edge of Shibuya shopping district, and as such, many of its customers were delinquent 3D girls or blurry salarymen. But all the rooms were meant for individual use, so it wasn't a problem. By the way, the room I was currently in, room 37, had been reserved for my use, and it was placed in the furthest back part of the store. It was inconvenient for going to get juice refills, but because not many people went into nearby seats, it was relatively quiet. I went out of my way to come here once or twice a week on the way back from school in order to log into ESO with a different ID. Cheaty bastard. In other words, it was like taking a break. Neidhart was a little too well known. Can you only have one account per PC? I didn't mind that, but having to be a paragon of heroic behavior day after day was pretty stressful. Which is why I made a different avatar for playing with. The one I use over here is a female character called Lisalate. However, Lislate's battle history was pretty terrible. I only used her to make those around her look better in comparison. Today too, I released my stress by playing for about 3 laid-back hours. Afterward, I chatted with my guild friends for a while, getting worked up over stupid and or arrow topics. It's apparently the only topics he knows about. It was close to 9 p.m. when I left the store. Around this time of night, there tends to be an especially large number of juvie types in the shopping district. I had the urge to vomit when I saw them sitting here and there along the road like it belonged to them, or grinning crudely while eating fast food hamburgers. How dare they sit down and enjoy nourishment? What's wrong with them? I'm gonna vomit. If I made the mistake of meeting their eyes, those imbeciles would soon react by attacking me. What savages. People like that aren't human beings. They're just males and females. They don't have a single fragment of social intelligence. Guys like that should go die. Seriously, they should go off and... This guy is the worst. That's what I kept thinking, but when you get down to it, it was pointless to respond to them. So I planned to hastily remove myself from the shopping district. It took me a little out of my way, but after leaving At Cafe, it was my routine to stop by either the nearby Mandrake or Animeite stores. Deciding I would go to Animeite today, I headed for the subway's southern entrance. Yeah, he's the carrot. When you come this way, the number of delinquents sharply decreases. I like how his idea of delinquents is, well, yeah, potions, yeah. The central district was seriously chaotic. Just walking there almost made it hard to breathe. If it were possible, I wouldn't want to take a single step closer. I want it all to get destroyed, leaving behind only At Cafe and a Manga Drake. Now then, I'll troll through the comics and Dojin today as well. Ah, come to think of it, pre-orders for the 5th Burachu DVD should be opening soon, shouldn't they? Before I knew it, I was standing in the narrow street in the Maruyama area that I always used to get back to the base from Animeite. I don't know why I can't get that right. I blinked multiple times. Took a peek inside my bag. Several textbooks and a portable console were the only things inside. I hadn't bought anything at Animeite today, despite the fact that I always buy something there without fail. I let out a sigh and began walking again. I'm here it take less than 15 minutes to get back to my base. Animeite, maybe? Merely moving a little ways away from the station was enough to make the dazzling lights and neon vanish, and the presence of other people grow scarce. If I had to put it one way or the other, it wasn't very active. At most I saw middle-aged couples on their way to the hotel district, and once in a while a salaryman returning to his nearby home. Oh, he's bad, yeah. I had a hard time thinking that it was the same Shibuya as the shopping district, which overflowed with these delinquents. Also, just in general, haven't saved often, so keep saving. Still don't know what that thing was there. It seemed that clouds had come out now that it was night, and the moon was hidden from view, making the road darker than usual.
まただ。
Same thing again. Familiar scenery, a filthy street. Yet I was attacked by the peculiar sensation that I had gotten lost in a different world altogether. Although the scenery itself hadn't changed, it was as if I were setting foot in this place for the first time. Also, the rotten stench of raw garbage was floating in the air. The seeping moisture that clung to my skin was enough to make me mistakenly think it was raining. The air seemed to pace itself to me.
ちょっと待った。
Wait a second. What was it again referring to? When had I previously experienced jamais vu? Describes the feeling where a person feels they've seen the scene before, but regardless it's the first time. They've actually seen it in real life. Not just a hallucination, but rather the feeling of a realistic past experience. Oh, so deja vu. Why is it jamais vu? There must be a slight difference in what they mean, but... They've come through a dream or memory loss, but as a result of not being able to recall exactly what has happened, the person feels out of place. The cause of this phenomenon has not yet been determined. It's been theorized that the synchronization of functions pertaining to memory, recovery, and recollection falter, and as a result, there are very rare cases of psychological phenomena developing. There's also a theory that the brain's parahippocampal gyrus, the part in charge of processing that which is familiar, having a slight spasm as a cause. Jamais vu is different, however, okay, and that one should have remembered the scene, but feel like they've seen it for the first time. Got it. Deja vu is hasn't this happened before? And Jamevu is... I know I've been here a dozen times, but it feels like a different place. Okay. The other one I know is Presque-Vu, which is when you can't think of the word you're trying to think of, and the harder you try to think about it, the less it comes to you. And then, like, a minute later, when you stop thinking about it, you're gonna be like, oh, yeah, that. It's a lot of woos. Damn it, reality and my delusions were getting mixed together. Now my thoughts were starting to resemble the stereotypical analysis offered by some sketchy expert on a TV variety show, weren't they? Anyway, I was certainly experiencing Jamevu at this very moment. And that wasn't all. That prickling along the muscles of my neck, the sensation that someone looking down on me from the heavens. It wasn't a hallucination. No matter how I sped up my pace, the gaze followed me wherever I went. Right now, someone was definitely watching me. The presence of the gaze was just that strong. I wanted to turn around, but in the end I didn't. This was a game. I challenged myself with every once in a while. When I heard some small noise, even if I had the feeling that someone was watching me, I played the "it'll take more than that to make me turn around" game. To turn around, I'd lose. The visions that usually appeared in my head when I sensed the gaze were ghosts with horrifying faces, monsters, things like that. Well, whatever the case, in these past 17 years, there wasn't a single instance of me turning around and actually finding something there. With that limited guarantee of safety attached to it, I came to enjoy this single-player mental game. I would listen carefully to the wind, raise one eyebrow, and make a dubious face. Try saying manga-esque lines. Because the reason I didn't turn around wasn't because I was scared or anything. You bastard, you're watching me. Whose eyes are those eyes? Just kidding. I had meant to make an urgent show of my own nonchalance, but before I realized it, my feet had stopped. Yeah, it's just a thing for him. Sensing a faint alteration in the strained air, I cowered. At some point, my face had become soaked with sweat, and my knees seemed about to start knocking. Unable to bear it any longer, I turned around. I lost the game, but there was no one behind me after all. There weren't even cars passing. What was this sense of displacement? The ringing in my ears stopped. I noticed the sound only when it stopped. Up until then, I had been hearing a sound like my ears ringing. Up until then, I had completely failed to recognize the fact that they were ringing. And now I heard nothing. A silence so sudden it seemed like a lie, especially smack in the middle of a city. I had the feeling that I should be able to hear any sounds out there with incredible clarity. I shut my eyes tight and focused on my hearing. But of course, I heard nothing. Strange. This was really strange. Normally I would surely hear things like trains running in the distance and car horns beeping. Why? Had something gone wrong with my ears? I wanted to shout out loud. I felt like I'd go crazy if I didn't, but I couldn't do it. It was too quiet, and the thought that breaking this silence might bring about something terrible made me hesitate. Oh. A single sound unexpectedly entered my soundless road. When I glanced over at the end of the dirty roadway lay fallen, numerous, shining somethings. They were strewn about to cover the asphalt. Crosses? The instant I recognized them as such, my feet, which before had refused to so much as twitch, spontaneously stepped forward. Upon picking up one of the scattered crosses, I found that it was made of metal, and its lengthy point sharpened into something like a needle. A stake? Or a nail? Because it was shaped strangely, I had mistaken it for a cross. It felt buoyant as I gripped the stake in my hand. I could hear it, the softly resounding sound of something or other. A chilly sound, one that made the muscles on the back of my back freeze up. It came to me at intervals. My feet wouldn't stop. I continued walking as though my consciousness were being sucked in that sound's direction. Was I being driven by morbid curiosity, or was it because I wanted someone to save me? Because I wanted to be lifted out of that soundless world? This was turning out almost like a German folktale. Those never end well. Not that folktales in general end well, but like German folktales. How did it go? That's right, the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Over 100 children were lured away by the sound of his pipe. The sound didn't stop. The unpleasant sound of something being hammered grew closer and closer as I continued forward. It sound was coming from the depths of a narrow alleyway to my left. I turned the corner. I would discover its source. Why didn't I think of drawing back? The idea didn't even occur to me. It was as though I was being made to move by something outside me. Excuse me, damn hiccups. So I turned the corner. What leapt into my eyes was floating up out of the darkness, brilliant red. Oh. Oh, happy times. My first reaction was to think, I've seen this object to art somewhere before. That and it doesn't look real. Some of the screws holding together my heart might have gotten blasted away. My senses might have gone numb. If I were my usual self, terror would have made me let out a pathetic scream, collapse, and urinate on the spot. An object to art, like a hedgehog or a bunch of flower-arranging needles. A myriad stakes kept it stuck to the wall. As I gazed mindlessly at it, I realized that a huge quantity of red blood was flowing from the mountain of stakes. The brilliant red I had initially seen was a puddle of blood, lit by the weakened light of the street lamps that just barely reached it. That red let off a slick luster. Moreover, a bunch of shiny, flesh-like lumps that I couldn't identify were lying around. I started to suck in my breath, but at some point my throat had dried up, and not a single drop of saliva ran down it. Is this something you hated? Oh. Sorry. I realized that the thing pinned by the stakes is a human corpse. It's done too immorally, mercilessly, too thoroughly. Oh, I don't remember that. I have to go back to that. I don't remember that. The one who had done so, the one who had driven this many stakes into the concrete, was a single girl. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, yeah. Forgot about those. If I were to say how I knew that. Wait, what was it? Yeah. It was a girl gripping a bunch of stakes with scarlet pinned hands was, at this very moment, standing still in front of the object to art. Since her back was facing me, I couldn't tell what kind of expression she was making, but the uniform she wore was from Sume. The rotten, garbage-like smell I had sensed earlier reached my nose more and more vividly, making nausea come at me in intervals. Unable to tolerate it, I covered my mouth and struggled to keep my stomach acid from bursting out. At that point, I finally remembered the origin of my Jame Blue, feeling that I had seen this somewhere before.
あの時の
One time, the photo Shogun linked to.
リンク写真
I raised my voice without meaning to, without realizing that such an action was fatal. At the sound of my voice, her blood-dyed shoulders shivered, and she slowly turned to face me. Her gaze pierced through me, such dark eyes. She had killed somebody. Ah. She looked at me, widening her eyes as though shocked, then shifted to a tearful smile and squeezed her voice out.
よかった
I'm so glad. She murmured. Glad? What was there to be glad about? More importantly, in a situation like this, why would she see me and smile? Her meaning was unclear. It was so unclear that something cold ran down my spine, and I hastily averted my eyes. I reflectively thought, I don't want to get caught up in anything weird. Oh boy, it's so too late for that. Think so? I couldn't talk to real girls while looking at them in the eyes, and even setting that aside, she was unmistakably a murderer. The police would come soon. I was hungry. Not that I ever hoped to witness a scene such as this. Ever, 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 ever. But I'm pretty sure if I ever see a corpse being nailed to a wall by countless cross pins, covered in blood and smell of rotting garbage, my first thought wouldn't be, you know what would be rude right now? Cheeseburger. Right, that's why I should go home. I should leave right this second. If not, I'll... Insane. True. She abruptly called my name, even though it was the first time we'd met and I hadn't given her my name.
あなたに
wanted to see you. As she watched me, her lips twisted in a horrifically fearless smile, like those of a demon. I screamed. Screaming, I ran blindly. I went on yelling even as it became hard to breathe, and whatever happened, I desperately kept running. I turned just once to look behind me, but she hadn't come chasing after me. I was running out of air. I could hear my own painful, ragged breathing. Well, he made it back home, apparently. I was sitting in front of my PC monitor. My whole body was drenched in sweat, and it had soaked through to my clothes. What had happened just now? Had I imagined it? About to lose control of my nausea. To suppress it, I took some Coke out of the fridge and poured it into my mouth. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy soda as much as the next person, but if I feel like I'm going to vomit, my first thought isn't, let me get some Coke! No. It's going to just make things worse. It was a very real-seeming delusion, if I do say so myself, but way too Goro. Still couldn't catch my breath. Would a delusion leave me without enough air? Like hell it would. Something about my right hand felt out of place. I was gripping my fist so tightly that my fingers turned white. I'd been utterly unaware I was doing it. My heart pounding, I relaxed my muscles and slowly opened my hand. Ah! Okay. That would be proof it's not a delusion. Okay, so clearly, I hate this guy. We all hate this guy. Sucker for... What's the term? Damn it. Frickin' press gave it right after I talk about it. Unreliable narrators. Maybe it's because Silent Hill 2 hit me so hard with it, but like, I'm kind of a sucker for unreliable narrators. Doesn't mean I like him, but I like the concept of like not always knowing, is this in the character's head? Is this how the character's seeing it? Is this the way the world is? A single stake rested in the palm of my hand. Frightened, I flung it at the wall. Considering we've seen how much stuff bounces around his room, he shouldn't do that. I like to... Clearly somebody took a picture of an endo. It's like it's up there now. The stake from before. I definitely picked up one of the stakes strewn about the street. But why was it here? Hadn't that been a hallucination? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. That's impossible. That's impossible. That's impossible. Yes, my saber figure. That will save me. I have to assume these are all from other visual novels and stuff. I just don't recognize them. Hugging my head, I stumbled aimlessly around my room. For starters, I had to find out whether the ghastly scene I witnessed just a little while ago had really been reality or the product of my delusion. What's this in his head? I'm sure it's less simple than that. Yeah, it must be. So I thought, but I stepped on a CD case that had fallen on the floor. My foot slipped. I reached out, seeking something to grab onto, so as to keep myself from falling. My grasp was the edge of the shelf where my wires were lined up. Well, shit, I thought, but it was already too late. Unable to support myself, I collapsed on the floor. Above me, my prettily arranged figures came pouring down in huge numbers. Damn it. This is as bad as it got. Everything was at its absolute worst. I saw a blood-covered body, I spilled my figures. I stood up, groaning, and checked to see whether my figures were safe. That was an actual pain to scream. My Ignis figure from Jungai Meikyu, her sword. Yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. It had broken neatly in half, despite the fact I'd bought this in an online auction at a premium price. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this shit? I tried to sort out the pieces of the sword back together, but even if I could line up the broken parts, it would be impossible to completely restore it. With this, it had lost all its value. Give me a freaking break, damn it! Pissed off, I kicked at my chair. My eyes welled with tears. Why did this kind of thing have to happen to me? When did I ever do anything wrong? Flopping heartbrokenly in place, I spent some time looking at my swordless Ignis and getting depressed. A storm of rage and confusion finished passing through me, her face, and the tableau of the object d'art finally rose up at the back of my brain. The fact that I still had the stake meant it had been reality, not my imagination. When did you not do anything so wrong? Yeah. I don't want to. I didn't want to, but I had no choice but to acknowledge it. Tomorrow, no doubt, the mass media would be in an uproar. Definitely didn't want to get wrapped up in something like this. Make no mistake, I'd be ruined if I got involved with someone like her. No, rather, with that demon. I was already well on the way to self-destruction, to begin with. Because I'd brought home a deadly weapon, a precious piece of evidence. It wouldn't odd for people to suspect me of being the perpetrator. Wouldn't be odd. In fan translation, whatever. Look at how sad I am. On top of it all, that demon had seen my face. I couldn't run away from this whole affair. Next time, the demon would come after me. For now, I should put my thoughts in order. For my own sake, for the sake of surviving, I had to get organized. The essay I wrote in elementary school was "Whose eyes are these eyes?" The phrase,
間違
oh,
いない
no question about it. Shogun is the mystery girl. Mystery girl equals murderer.
あ
Demon.
の写真は事件の
That
予告メ
photo
ッ
was
セージ
like
みたい
a
なものだっ
message
たん
giving
だ
advance notice of the incident. If not, there was no way she would duplicate the killing method so faithfully. That girl must have begun by using composite photos to meticulously simulate the scene of the crime. And then onto the crime itself? Although she would probably call it her work of art. That's what it means to be a psycho. She must have tried to carry everything out to perfection.
頭がおかしい
So
よ
messed
でも
up.
どうしてそれを僕に
But why
そも
show
そもあ
that
の
to
女は
me?
ナイトハルト
Besides,
が僕
how
だと
did
ど
she
うやっ
know
て知った
I am Neidhart?
僕の
How'd she
名前
find
を
out
どうや
my
って知った
name? What should I do? That demon would come kill me soon, I knew it. If you knew my name and email, there was a strong chance that she also found out my address. Do you have a lock for your shipping container? Seated in my chair, I hugged my knees and buried my face in them. The abnormal killing method I'd seen yesterday. When I thought that I might be killed in the same way, I couldn't keep my cool in the
死にた
slightest.
くない死にたくない死にた
I
くない
don't want to die, I 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 don't want to die, don't want to die. Ooh.
大丈夫
Everything's okay. Huh? Saratan lay in front of my monitor, smiled at me. He's lost it, folks. He's lost it. So what? Less than 2 hours. He's gone. He's gone.
タッキーあなた
Taki,
はこの
you should
部屋
set yourself up
に
here in this room. Then that demon won't be able to get her hands on you, righto?
そのうちに警察
In the meantime, the police will catch her for us. Until then, you mustn't trust in anyone. You mustn't heed what anyone says.
悪魔ってさ人の心の隙間を
Demons,
つい
you
てくる
know,
のが
they
好
like
きなん
using
だ
the
よ
gaps in
ね
people's hearts. Being caught off guard is a no. You can do it, Taki.
セー
But
ラ
Sarah,
逃げるが勝
keep
ち
going
って
out
よ
of
く
Sierra.
言うし
They say that running away is the same as winning. No, they say that he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day.
三次元の
Forget
ことなん
all
て
the third dimension, all about the third dimension. Think of it as being totally unrelated to you, and things will be easier, right out? Point in thinking about things that have zero to do with you.
いいこと教えてあげる
Tell you something
子守
good.
って
Hikomori
最強なんよ
are the strongest.
誰にも
Did you
会わない
know?
でしょ
Because they don't meet with anyone, right
誰
out?
にも
That
攻
means
撃され
no
ない
one attacks them. It's the strongest kind of self-defense. He's
だから
gone.
タッキーは
But Taki, you should become a Hikikomori. It's simple, right-o?
そうかもしれ
That
ない
might be so. Well said, as expected from a wife of mine. Facing forward, I gently picked Sarah Tan up by her slender waist. No matter how close I brought her to my face, she kept smiling without making a single expression of
ありが
disgust.
とうセーラおかげで勇気が出てきた
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks to you, I've worked up my courage. That's right, the third dimension can eat shit.
あの悪魔だって
That demon doesn't care a whit about a creepy otaku like me. I'm secure. There'll be no problem if I feel relieved and play ESO every day and watch my favorite
でも
anime.
さっき言ったみた
Like I
く
said before, you're not allowed to get caught off guard. Yeah, I
分
know.
かってるよ
I won't trust in anyone. I won't listen to anyone. I'll be wary of everything about the third dimension. Do all that and things would turn
セーラに
okay.
そこまで心配して
I'm
も
happy
ら
you're
って
so worried about me, Sarah.
僕は幸せだなさてとそれじゃ気分直しにエンスロット
I don't know. But that's definitely the Dokuro-chan bat, right? Just painted pink. How about some ESOing to get my mind off of things? Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's good. Yeah, it's not Elder Scrolls Online. I forget what it stands for. It's an MMO he plays, but it's not Elder Scrolls Online. But it's insert any Final Fantasy 11 type old school MMO there. It's that. But this is stole from this game. A clear voice sounds late at night in Miyashita Park. Pedestrian bridge running across Meiji Highway. Cars pass insistently beneath it. Leaning against the bridge's railing and showing no signs of being disturbed by the noise of the traffic, the girl they called Fess was singing. Air opened the darkest night, even moonlight. There wasn't a single spectator. If she sang in the streets, over 100 people would stop, wanting to hear more of her voice. But now, Fess was deliberately, peacefully, letting her existence melt away into the curtain of night. The lyrics seem a little on point. Thousands of hammers become your pain and are now released. This seems fine. All of it's fine. So good. She was content to simply stand quietly here in this place. By doing so, she might become one with the darkness and be released, if only for a second, from the tainted air of the city called Shibuya. That was the feeling that Fess had. There we go. Just a smidge higher than that. Oh yeah. Everyone here is. The last screams float in space. The night sky will surely run red. Everything is good. Everything is good. I was worried I was going to be like, oh man, I should see if I can nab some of these characters from the bot before we play the game, because like, maybe they'll be cool. Now I'm like, okay. I'm good. I'm good. I just really like doing myself. Fess glanced up at the night sky. The clouds that previously covered it in its entirety were clearing up, little by little, and a trace of moonlight shone through them. But the stars' hesitant winking was erased by Shibuya's blazing city lights. With the cross-shaped stake as your strength, you finally reach sacred land. Good. Fess closed her mouth and slowly raised her hand towards the sky. Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh, so other people are being watched. Is that what Stardust Handshake was? Was Mayuri just always being watched? Roughly a day later, I was still immersed in Basilard, depriving myself of time to eat. I single-mindedly focused on erasing Nishijo Takumi and existing as Nineheart. I do want to watch more, I gotta go to bed. Yeah, sleep's pretty darn good. All of these, especially the visual novel ones, are definitely going to get archived and sent to YouTube too. So like, if you ever feel like catching up on the stuff, cool. If not, we can always give you Spark Notes and stuff anyway. Thanks for dropping by for a bit. Hope you enjoyed every weird thing going on here and get some rest. In ESO, I was a god. There was no need to be frightened by demons. Everyone revered me. I always thought about how wonderful it would be if I could stay forever in such a comforting world. I also like how here it's ES Online. Butterfly, save data, Miku.jpg, top 1, pass.text, Miku.mp3. Okay, so he likes Vocaloids. 2 things of trash. Miku.file, okay. Whoa, oh, there's an Angel Halo there. It's here, ultra rare, amazing. I like how, imagine how good an MMO must be to at all times just show you character stats over there. I'm not looking to be fair. Gotta hurry up and use this, equipment. My character's appearance changed, amazing. This is wild. Hey, look, take a look, Grim. Huh? Nineheart, chill out. Ah, shut the hell up and die, you losers. Chill out, Nineheart. Chill out, Nineheart. Sister Centipede. That's
ちょっと
W.
街に戻って見せびらかしてこようかな。
Guess I'll head back to the city and show it off a bit. Having gotten my paws on an ultra rare item I've been searching for forever, I was in hyper mode, but desperation had been completely blown away. I'm telling you, an Angel Halo is a phantasmical item with a drop rate of 0.0001%. Its only effect is to change your character's appearance, and it doesn't have any practical use. But on the flip side, since those around you could tell at a glance if you had one, you'd be the object of many envious stares.
やった。
I did it. Neidhart's gotten another step closer to God. Look here. Open up. What a racket. Who the heck's been pounding at my door? So much for wallowing in the joy of snagging a rare item. Don't get in my way. Bro, you idiot. Oh, yeah, he covered that before. He's got a sister a year younger. Goes to his school. He doesn't like bumping into her in the hallway. It makes his days bad. Voice. She still lives with the parents. He lives in shipping. Oh, okay, yeah. He does have a sister, though. I heard that familiar voice, no doubt about it. The voice's owner was the assassin sent out by my parents, my little sister, Nanami. This was going to be a headache. Things will get real bad if you don't open it. Shit. A stormy period of time was about to start. I really didn't want to open it, but if I didn't, she'd run back to my parents and they'd tell me, you should give up on living alone, after all. Come back home. This building's owner was, by and large, my dad. So he could put up enough pressure on me to chase me out without so much as breaking a sweat. Doesn't get any more unreasonable than this. Bro! Shut up! Don't wail so loud. She was still violently banging on the door from outside. The walls of my container housing were made up of a single sheet of iron plating, so sounds echoed around the room to an amazing extent. She knew that I was doing it on purpose. People who want to... Knocking on the door. Literally just... Helpless, I released the inner padlock and opened the door. Padlock? Guess that's what you got. Ah, you finally came out. I'm here to confirm your survival. This lily-bodied runt is my little sister, 1 year younger. That's how he talks about his sister. At least give an answer when I call out to you. I started to think you might have dropped dead. Every time we see each other, she starts complaining. As could be seen from how she stood with her hands on her hips and her head thrown back, she was a cheeky little brat. Her existence brought me 100 disadvantages and not one bit of benefit. Oh, your nose is dirty as usual. Clean it up a little, will you? Nami hopped on inside without obtaining my consent. Nami. It's because she's my little sister that she gets ahead of herself like this. When I see those guys who mow over little sister types, I want to tell them at the top of my lungs, you gotta battle with the reality of it. Well, sister or not, I didn't think she had a bad face. Her kind of childish looking face might be smack in the strike zone for lowly lovers. This is how he thinks about his sister. His sister. As her blood-related brother, though, none of that mattered. At least there's that. Rather, it made me think of her as being babyish. No way I would pap to her. I mean, good. Shouldn't even have to say it. Ah, by the way, I don't mind lowly types, as long as they're 2D. Oh my god, this guy. It stinks of mold. Your room's still filthy. I'm always telling you to tidy up. Why don't you listen? I do like that face, though. Well, it's not like you have a girlfriend to help you clean up. And you have the sloppy sort, so it was obvious things would end up like this. At this rate, maybe it would be better if I came and cleaned up for you after all. I refuse. But why? I don't want to let you mess up my room. How mean. Is that the kind of thing you say to your little sister who came all the way out here to make sure you're still alive? You yourself don't show your brother an ounce of respect. Besides, no one asked you to come check on my survival. Jeez. Why do I have to be siblings with someone who causes nothing but trouble? Sometimes I hate it. My throat's kinda dry. I'm taking a drink. Advancing further and further into the room, Nanami opened the fridge without asking permission.
コーラしかないじゃん。
Nothing but co-
ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。
You should keep milk tea or something here. I'm gonna save again. What is that though? Clicking on it just advances stuff anyway, so like... But there's clearly like... The cursor changes, but does it... Oh! It's a green or a red option. It's probably like an agree or disagree. You want to go green or red then? Didn't notice the red last time, I only noticed the green. Presumably we can click on one or the other. Yeah, because the mouse cursor changes. Green? Alright.
知らん
I
わ
don't care.
しょうがないな。
Whatever, then I'll have the
ど
Coke.
れもらうね。
As usual, it looked like she had no intention of getting my approval first. Taking a plastic bottle of Coke, one that, by the way, I'd drunk from earlier, out of the fridge, she opened the lid, hesitated for a second, and then gulped it straight down. Nanami's white throat rose and fell alluringly. I heard the sound of her swallowing.
せめて
Swallowing.
コップ使えよ
At least use a cup. Girls shouldn't drink straight from the bottle. You... How vulgar. Jeez, this is why the third dimension is a piece of shit. This guy. Nanami stopped drinking and scowled. Was it my imagination, or had her face turned faintly red?
だって、
But
ナナ
Nana wanted to have an
関
indirect
節キ
kiss
スしたかったんだもん。
with you. Huh? She threw a bombshell at me without any warning. Her bearing was sulky, but she looked up at me through her eyelashes. Electricity shot through my entire body. I couldn't tear my sight away from my little sister's teary eyes. This is what a stunningly classic... This is what? A stunningly classic Eroge flag. A capturable, blood-related little sister.
軽蔑した
You despise
だと
me?
したら、
If you did, it would make me very sad. He clearly does. Like, every bit of his internal monologue says that he does. For the record, I wouldn't do this with anyone else. Nanami's voice gradually grew smaller and smaller.
バカ。
Dummy. She hung her head, her usual impertinent attitude having vanished, and her whisper was as soft as the hum of a housefly.
ねえ、お兄。
Hey,
関
bro.
節だけじゃ嫌だな。
Well, the warbliness of it makes me think it's immediately in his mind. Also, the fact that she didn't know. Well, I guess she could have seen that the top was open before. Like, for sure, it's in his head. But, like, please, game, don't get me banned from Twitch. Please, don't. Caught my breath, but saliva lay thick in my throat, and I couldn't swallow well. The words were driving me into a corner. I didn't fully understand what Nanami meant.
お兄と
I mean, that spells it out.
したいわ。
Yeah, there's zero chance, which is good, but it's bad that he's imagining it. I want to
お
kiss
兄
you.
が
I want
欲
you.
しいよ。
Nanami took a little step towards me as I stood there motionless. Why? Though she was the same Nanami I'd always seen as being babyish, runty brat. My heart was pounding incredibly
い
hard
いじゃ
now.
ん。
Oh, everything wrong with it.
16年間も
Held back for...
我慢してきたんだよ。
That's another thing wrong with it, haven't I? Reaching out, Nanami wrapped both arms around my neck. Kiss me.
して。
As though urging me on, she raised her chin a fraction. She softly closed her eyes. My answer
Yeah.
was,
その
no,
理屈はおかしい
there's something wrong with that reasoning. Good. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Though I'd imagined it myself, I snapped right out of it. I was deeply disgusted with myself. That's the only positive thing he said so far. I'm revolting. In other words, sick. I make myself sick. I gave the matter careful thought. If Nanami were my sister by adoption and possessed more of the enduring qualities you'd expect from a little sister, I might have ended up as one of life's winners. No, dude. No.
どうしたの？
What's the matter? Glad she has no idea what just went on in his head. Having finished drinking her cola, Nanami looked over at me curiously. Ah, crud. Thanks to that daydream, I was becoming weirdly conscious of her. I took a deep breath and shook the repulsive visions out of my
もう
head.
帰れよ
Go home already. She confirmed that I was still alive, so she had no reason to stay here. Why did she have to come up to my room each and every time?
お兄、
You're so cold to me. It looked like my words had hit her where it hurt. Glaring at me, she pouted. It'd be a hassle to deal with her, so I looked away.
せっかく
I'm so worried about you, and I went out of my way to see how you were doing. There are times where you spend the entire day shut up in here without talking to anyone.
一日を終えちゃうことだってあ
He
る
talks to his
でしょ
figures.
女の子と話す機会だって
Counts, right?
どうせ
You never even
全
had
く
the chance to
ない
talk to any girls, do you? Shut up. Stop jeering at me. I'm not into 3D girls. There's no need for me to talk to them.
言ってみれば
You can have conversations with people without trying to be in a relationship or bone them. It's a funny thing. You can just talk with people. You can just make friends and have conversations without trying to sleep with them.
マジ
I know, it's a magical concept. In fact, now that I think about it, aren't I the only girl you ever
だから
talked to?
さ
No, we talked to this murdering demon chick in an alley the other
接
night.
し方も
That's why you ought to treat me better. That way you'll learn a little about how to make contact with girls. As he spoke, Nanami picked up one of my figures, Hikaru-tan from Suicide for the Light, and scrutinized her intently. He does, Don't unilaterally decide to touch one of my wives. The fact that he calls them that is also so painful. Knock your lights out if you get fingerprints on her. This is also one of the reasons there's certain figures that I would totally get, but I can't. Like, I don't even want to ever be perceived as somebody like this guy. It's like, I would love to have a Kaine figure. Kaine is a great character, I'm a big fan of. Cannot buy a figure, but can't do it, won't do it, can't have that on my shelf and have somebody go be like, oh, so you're one of those guys. Like, no. That's why most of my figures are Monster Hunter monsters. Big fan, kind of yeah, but like the actual like human characters I have, like I've got a Chibi Legend of Korra, I've got the one Makase Krisu, I have a few like Funko Pops. Oh, I do have Red as well from Princess Star, but also like kind of a Chibi type thing.
あと
Also, you should take better care of yourself. This isn't the time to escape the real world with your dollies. I don't want to be the first one to discover your dead body. What on earth was this sister of mine trying to say? Take care of yourself. Eat decently, maybe exercise occasionally. I don't want to find your dead body. He wasn't, like, stuttering. Lately she somehow started to give off the same kind of feelings as our mom, which is to say, in conclusion, she's still obnoxious.
いいから
I'm
帰れ
fine, so go back.
そんなに帰れか
Don't keep saying go home, go back like that, you idiot. I still got something to do here. It's getting more and more hysterical. If I pissed her off any more than this, she'd get out of control. Chill out, cell.
携帯返
But
す
she'd go out of control. Let's go buy you a cell.
あ
There's no way he gets service in an iron container. What's she
お父さ
saying?
んがそうしろって
You told me to. If you owned a cell phone, I could check whether you were alive anytime I wanted, couldn't I?
お金はナナが預かって
Maybe I'm just incorrect about how, like, cell signals work, but something tells me you don't get good reception in that. Maybe it's just a gut. He gave the money to me, so let's go buy it now. Nowadays, practically everyone owns a cell phone. We are going to get left behind by the rest of the modern world. I hope they show us what cell phone he gets so we can be like, ooh, old. Shut up, you trend-chasing high school girl. You're much weaker than me when it comes to being informed. I've got the net. Imagine if we had played these in order. Imagine how instantly, basically lovable Okabe would have been. Comparatively. Granted, it was a given for contemporary high schoolers to have cell phones, but I didn't want them. I didn't have any opportunities to use one. There was no one for me to call or text. I didn't want to spend money on something I wouldn't use.
だから行こ
So why don't we get going? Nanami returned the figure to its shelf and peered at my face.
うどうせお兄は機種と
You
かわかんな
probably
いだろ
don't know about the different models, so just go with the same kind as me. Along with her words, she took her own cell phone out of the bag and held it out towards me as if she were offering me a pillbox.
ほらこれがナナの
See, this is mine. Isn't the color adorable? I mean, it's still a flip phone.
ストラップも
Is that the same? It's the same frog. While I'm at it, I'll give you the same strap as me.
という
Ugh, wow, what a sloppily designed mascot. It is similar to the character of yeah, okay. What dangled down In the form of her cell phone strap was a bizarre mascot character. On top of that, it looked awful, as if an amateur designed it. Dude, that wasn't anywhere near the level of lazily made or disturbing but cute.
手抜きじゃないもん。
It's not sloppy, that's just the Garo Froggy design. It's super popular right
す
now.
ごく流行ってるんだからね。
They did say in Science Gate that last year Garo Froggy was very popular.
女子高生の流行なんて
Rainet
お兄が知ってるわけないか。
Buzz will sweep the nation. Huh, of course you wouldn't know what's hot among high school
そういう
girls.
とこを直
If
せ
we
ば
fix that about you, I think you'd definitely be a little more successful at talking to girls.
と
That's why I'm telling you to shut up, trend worshipper. What is this Garo Froggy crap? Logically speaking, no matter how you look at it, this kind of thing would never start a fad. Well, it has, so you're wrong. It's sad for her, failing to realize that she's being controlled by the media. Vaguely. It's been so long.
っていうか今は
But wait,
業界
we
の
weren't supposed to be.
話じゃなくて
We weren't supposed to be talking about Garo Froggy.
携帯
Come on,
買いに行こうよ
let's go and get your cell phone.
別に
But it's not like I'm saying I want us to have matching ones, okay? It's because there are plans that offer lower fees if family members get the same model. You're the only one in the family who doesn't have one.
いらない
Don't wanna.
なんで
Why? Dad's paying for it, you
必要
know?
ない
Don't need one. If anything, it would only get in the way. If I had a cell phone, Mom would make sure to call me every single day. Man, it's so awful that he has a family that seems to actually care about him. Just the worst. If I ignored her, she'd obviously send Nanami out as her assassin again. In short, it'd turn into more of a hassle than it already was before, and I'd have to be even more careful. I couldn't put up with that. There's family. I know, right? I can't believe you, you moron. I'm leaving. Yes,
そうしてくれ
please do so. I opened the door so Nanami could go outside, but she didn't move. Shoulders shaking with anger, she burst out at me.
本当バカ
You're seriously a moron, brainless idiot. See me off to the station or something.
嫌だね
No way. Why did I have to see her off today? I've never done so any of the other times when she dropped by.
だって最近殺人
The
事件
liberal
とか
murder
でもそうじゃん
incidents occurring in your
この場合
neighborhoods.
心配するのは
That's a
必要な
very
いって
good
こと
reason.
でしょ
It's getting dangerous around here with the murders and everything. Citizens are supposed to worry about each other at times like this. For an instant, yesterday's events seemed about to revive at the back of my mind. I frantically shook my head, sending that gruesome spectacle flying away.
どうでもいい
Yeah,
し
but he's clearly repressing. It doesn't matter either way. Surely the new gen perpetrator wasn't so idle and curious as to attack a babyish kid like Naname.
ありえない
You gotta be kidding
ル
me.
ナが死んでも
You're saying you don't care if I die? Naname was on the verge of tears. Looked like my words had seriously gotten her down. Hey, seriously right. That's what you get for disturbing my peace. This is my quiet little form of revenge. How do you like them apples? She doesn't.
バカ死んじゃえお兄なんか病気
Idiot, rot and die. Get carved up by a serial killer. Oh. Pelting me with those parting lines, Nanami pushed at me out of the way and hurtled out of the room. That stormy period of time had finally come to an end. The room went silent as soon as Nanami left. It had to be like this after all. This was my base. I couldn't let anything go on here that wasn't to my tastes. Seated in front of my PC, I moved the mouse minutely to make the Sierra-Ton screensaver on my monitor go away. I tried to drink the Coke left on the table straight from the bottle.
しまったこれ
Nanami
ナ
drank
ナ
from
ミ
this
が
earlier.
頼んだやつだ
That sucks. I had an indirect kiss with him. Couldn't be like, oh man, add a Coke. Nanami were a little cute. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. Just gonna let it go by. That's too much in one. Too much in one. This man sucks. Oh, that is also some sort of logo I can't quite make out. It's definitely a Coke-ish logo. Put the lid back in the Coke bottle and threw it at the giant garbage bag that sat in the corner of my room. Instead of going in the bag, it bounced off the wall, rolled under the bed. Whatever. Let's see. Better get back to immersing myself in ESO. I had to forget about reality and its aggravations ASAP. Wow, like truly like actively escapism, not just like casual, like, nope, gotta forget about all this. In truth though, I was only able to stay in Baselard for one day before my time there had to be interrupted. The moment I stepped outside early in the morning, my recovering nerves plummeted back into the worst shape imaginable. Why did I have to go
なん
to
で
school?
今日なんだよ
Why today? This sucks. This blows. But I couldn't take the day off. Even taking a single day off, and abnormalities would emerge in the system imposed by my minimum attendance shift chart. Then I wouldn't be able to graduate. Graduate. What's with the insistence of graduating? It was something I decided on myself, but I couldn't help griping about it. Graduating won't help me in ESO. While passing through Shoto's high-class residential district, I came to an abrupt realization. For a while now, I'd been sensing someone's gaze. Unusually, though, it wasn't God's gaze. My neck muscles weren't growing twitchy. As I rounded the corner, I used my eyes alone to look behind me, without turning my head. For a second, I glimpsed a girl wearing the Sumai uniform. Could it be the demon from the day before yesterday? I immediately lost my calm. My heart began beating wildly. A supreme tension controlled my movements, making me walk jerkily. The serene morning scenery metamorphosed, leaving me with the sense that everything around me was rejecting me. Birds chirping atop telephone wires, and I could faintly hear the relaxing BGM of morning news programs playing in the house I was passing. Oh, hey, nice catch. Yeah, I got one like 2 weeks ago. I think they slightly changed up their message, but I keep forgetting to like copy it and save it down because it's still not even common. Nice catch. In the midst of this vista that seemed like it couldn't possibly have less to do with a murder case, I was on the verge of picturing myself dying hideously. Now get a grip. I hadn't clearly identified her face. Also, if she were a Sumai student, it would be natural for her to keep following after me. Our destination was the same after all. Okay then. At a spot from which I could get to school simply by continuing straight ahead, I turned to the right instead. I was anxious about what might be behind me, but I fervently suppressed the urge to turn around, and attempted to act natural as I carried out my plan. Heart pounding, I went on walking. After having continued for about another minute, I whipped back around with all my might. Our eyes were about to meet, so I hastily faced forward again. Why was she following me? This road was obviously the long way to school. In the end, was she really tailing me? In any case, I didn't recognize her face. The fact that she was wearing glasses made it instantly clear that she wasn't the demon from the day before yesterday. Also, her hair wasn't fluorescent pink. That alone was enough to make me feel relieved. At this rate, I might as well hurry up and head for school. I had to cancel my daily routine of eating breakfast at the park, but it couldn't be helped. Cool, yeah, that might work. I haven't taken a care about it yet, just because, like, it's happened twice in the course of, like, a month and a half. I don't remember when the last, like, it happened, but it was, like, at least a few weeks ago. Damn you, Girl A. To me, your existence is no more than the equivalent of Passerby 1 or Girl A, so don't stick your nose in my business. It's the worst. Girl A, who had appeared to be tailing me, vanished at the school's entrance. It would seem that our final destination differed. She had gone in the direction of the senior's classroom. Was the whole being tailed thing just a result of me overthinking everything? There was undoubtedly, or undeniably, something off about the fact that she'd followed me when I made a detour. Yeah, that's the thing that makes it weird. Like, you went away from the school and she was still following you. Was she trying to torment me? Had I done something to earn her spite? No, I hadn't. There was no way I had, since at school my existence is like air. What could possibly be her goal? I somehow managed to while away my time at school, though it caused me nothing but agony, and on my way back I made my usual stop at Cafe. Of course, my seat was on the booth called Room 37. While the private rooms around me were normally empty, surprisingly enough, today there was already someone in the nearby Room 36. The door setting the room apart was closed. The illumination of the desk light leaked out from within. As I entered my room, I clicked my tongue a little. It'd be hard to chat and stuff with somebody in a neighboring room, since I have a habit of inadvertently talking to myself. Well, no matter. For the time being, I'd start by logging into ESO. There wouldn't be any problems if I took care not to talk out loud. Come on, what's with these guys? Irritated, I smacked the keyboard with my palm. Dude, it's a rental. About 2 hours had passed since I started playing. My stress just kept building up today. The pair I'd formed a party with were noobs, no matter how you looked at it. That happens when you play a low-level character and party with other low-level characters, sometimes the new players. I was being nice enough to them to try to help them shine, but they'd dive in on their own and die on their own. And while they kept repeating that, the other magic user didn't make a single effort to provide magical support. Thanks to that, the whole party had been massacred countless times. which is why they did nothing but complain on our chats. Damn it, people suck at this. It pissed me off so much that I PK'd them, stole their items, and immediately escaped to a different area. Wow. Paladin of virtue and justness. A god. Somebody looked up to and respected by their peers. Take new players, be like, you guys suck so much I can kill you and take your stuff. Liselot could easily do the kinds of things that Neidhart couldn't. That was why I came all the way here to log into the... Oh, he's like, hey, I don't have to be good here. Yeah, he's on his ult. You're right. You're right. Feeling a little better than before. That helped. Decided to take a break by going to get a drink. That cafe had free refills, so there were a lot of juice machines placed around the main counter. The one downside of room 37 was its distance from the main counter. As I came out of my room, I saw that the door to the neighboring room 36 was open. To get to the front, I had no choice but to pass in front of it. As I passed it, I nonchalantly peeked inside, but no one was there. Come to think of it, I'd heard the sound of someone standing up a short while ago. Yeah, oh boy. But a bag had been left at the foot of the reclining chair. It was a student's bag, with a stuffed animal strapped hanging down from it. It was the same Garo Froggy Nanami had brought up with her yesterday. Moreover, there were 3 of them. I guess they really were becoming a trend after all. Not that I cared one way or the other. If I spent too long looking, the other customer might come back and suspect me of being a pervert or a thief. Having thought that, I was about to go get my drink. But the letters disappeared from the monitor of the powered-up PC, entered the edge of my field of sight, and my eyes opened wide. It said New Gen Wiki. That wasn't all. It also used gaudy, sensationalistic fonts. New Gen. I was deliberately trying not to pay attention to news about those incidents. I didn't want to know the details. That way I could keep telling myself I had no connection to me. But setting all that aside, perhaps there was some kind of meaning in the fact that the customer in the room next door to me at the Net Cafe was looking at a New Gen Wiki site. For an instant, that demon girl's face appeared in my brain. Goosebumps covered my whole body. I forcibly chased away such negative thoughts by shaking my head. I was overthinking it. That's right, this was paranoia, plain and simple. The Gilgrim's going to say, "Yeah, no worries, Grim. Hope you enjoyed the lovable protagonist character of this game." I do. I'm still enjoying going through it, but I hope either he somehow gets better or like somebody smacks some sense into him or something. Enjoy hanging out with your best friend in BSO? Yeah, of course. Well, that's what Grim was doing in 2009, 2008. There wasn't a single day when the New Gen incidents didn't show up on some TV program, and anyone would be interested in them. Yeah, I mean, I can't see why that wouldn't make big news. That was all there was to it. Yeah, that had to be it. Time to get back to refilling my drinks. Putting my cup under the drink machine, I pressed the button for Coke without a moment's hesitation. Cold Coke soon started pouring in. The sun was setting, and after a little while, it would begin to get crowded. In the front room, I saw several customers waiting by the register for someone to guide them to their rooms. From here on out, the number of people would keep increasing as night approached. After another hour, all the private booths around 37 would be filled up. At that point, I'd probably head home. Cup in hand, I was headed back to my seat. Along the way, I happened to glance in the corridor that led to the bathrooms. I saw a form of bespectacled girl in a Sumai uniform vanishing into the corridor's depths. More to the point, it was the same girl A who'd come chasing after me this morning. Thinking that my eyes might have been mistaken, I hid in the shadow of some bookshelves and kept looking in the direction of the corridor. From then onward, she didn't show herself whatsoever. My eyes had been mistaken, hadn't they? Right, I had only caught a glimpse of her. A ridiculous number of Sumai girls used this cafe. Even glasses-wearing girls were here in abundance. But if it were indeed Girl A, what could be the meaning behind her being here? A coincidence, or had she come after me? Somehow, I'm starting to get kind of scared. I left the cafe and hurried towards my base. In the end, I'd left the store shortly after getting freaked out. Though I wanted to return home as soon as possible, the sidewalks were surging with people, and I couldn't progress as quickly as I'd have liked. I'm starting to feel worse and worse. I hate crowds. They give me the sense that everyone's looking at me and snickering. When the light turned red, my only option was to stop. I swiftly scanned the area. Girl A was nowhere to be seen. When I climbed up Dogan Hill, walking became considerably easier. Normally I would do my best to get back by choosing the kinds of back roads where other people are scarce, but after what had happened on that night, the day before yesterday, I stuck to the main roads, just in case. Another red light forced me to pull up short. I looked behind my back again, but I didn't spot Girl A. The person I'd seen at Cafe might have been someone different after all. Mildly relieved, I relaxed my shoulders a little, since they'd been frozen in place this whole time, and faced forward. Oh. Stunned, I took a single step back. Oh. A positive or negative thing. The other side of the crosswalk, that girl was there, in the midst of the people waiting for the light to change. Another red or green option here. Potential stalker girl? Hanging out, somehow got ahead of us. Rather than positive or negative, it's calm or emotional. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. We got a nice little, like, it's clearly cut off a little bit at the top, and I don't know why, but you can see the red one, like, yeah, it's like a heartbeat monitor, you're right. So which way do we want to take this one? Do we want to go and approach this calmly? Remember, apparently being calm with his sister is, something. And the gaze coming from the depths of her glasses was blatantly pointed at me. She didn't try to look away. Her eyes brimmed with a solemn color, demanding something from me. Well. The light turned green. Girl A began walking along with the other pedestrians. She was coming this way. I couldn't move. I froze in place. She was still looking straight at me. She steadily came closer and closer. And then she stopped in front of me. Run away, I whispered my reason, but somehow my body wouldn't move. It was as though my consciousness were floating somewhere outside my body. With a slow, deliberate movement, as if she meant to show me something, Girl A reached inside her blazer. She pulled something out of her inner pocket. A knife, or a gun, or a stun gun? Maybe you think I'd seen too many TV dramas, but the premonition of something bad coming wouldn't leave my head. Here, Girl A murmured. Deep in her glasses, her gaze remained unmoving, since long before it had been fixed solely on my eyes. You dropped it. What she held out to me was my student ID book. I picked it up at the net cafe from earlier. I'm glad I caught up with you. I took it without thinking. When I opened it, my name and my headshot photo were inside. The student handbook was mine. Nishijo Takumi-kun, right? Her face, which had been stony up until just now, suddenly softened. I'm sorry I looked inside without asking. I go to the same school. Nice to meet you. He knocked the wind out of my sails. Could this mean that it had all been the product of my paranoia? But by the way, Nishijo-kun, are you going out with anyone? No. Oh. Just that immediate face snap. Really? Then, if you're okay with it, would you like to go out with... Relationship flag, it's here! My days of living IRL have only just begun. Ooh. I came back to myself with a gasp. The light that should have turned green was still red. Girl A, who should have been right in front of my eyes, was still on the other side of the crosswalk. Truck-kun, barreling steadily towards me. Just now, of course you imagine that! This time, the light really did turn green. The pedestrians began walking all at once. I couldn't move. Girl A didn't move. Unmoving, she stared straight at me. It was as though time had stopped solely for the two of us. Why didn't that bespectacled girl start walking? Why was she still standing in place? She's weird. She's strange. I mustn't get involved with her. Really? She's weird? She's strange? Really? Okay. It would be better to run. I should run away while I still have the chance. Run. Berating my weak-willed and withering heart, I dashed off in a straight line, away from Girl A. I ran back down Dogan Hill, though I had just come up it, and entered a side road I encountered along the way. Oh, totally. That instant, something slammed violently into my shoulder and I fell down. I groaned, failing to understand what had happened to me as pain ran through my whole body. It took me a while to start pushing myself up. When I raised my face, there was a large scooter toppled over in the middle of the road. I must have collided with it. Gritting my teeth, I tried forcing myself to stand, but my legs wouldn't support me. Nothing seemed to be broken, but... You're
大丈夫
okay?
ですか？
Before I knew it, Girl A was right in front of my eyes. She peered into my face as though she was worried about me. What? I was with her. I was with this girl. My body wouldn't move from me. Pathetic as it was, I was petrified. Didn't know what to do. With things having turned out like this, I regretted that I hadn't used the train to Shinsen to get home.
怪我
You hurt?
してませんか？
Girl A called out to me cautiously. Was she scheming to catch me off my guard by pretending to be concerned about me? I won't let you fool me. I won't get taken in by the likes of some 3D chick.
なんなん
What's
なん
with
だ
you?
よ。
It's a normal response to this interaction. Eh?
ついてくる
Don't
な
come
よ。
after me. What do you want from me?
僕に何の用だ。
It's a wonder he doesn't have more friends. It's a wonder. She looked bewildered. I desperately derided her while scooting back on my butt in hopes of opening a little distance between us. If I didn't do so, I thought maybe she'd pull a knife out of her clothes any second and come attack me. That gruesome spectacle revived at the back of my mind over and over. No matter what I did, I kept wondering whether I would end up the same way. She lowered her head, her expression wounded.
あの
We suddenly started
あなたが
running.
急に
I
走り
came
出
to
し
see what
て
was happening. You
様子を見に来
collapsed.
たら倒
I
れ
was
てたので
worried, but
心配で
I don't have any particular business with you other than that,
今
so
は用事とかあるわけじゃないんです
not
が
as if she has any business with me, she says.
それ
Way too cryptic.
じゃあ
Then
なんで
why do you
付きま
keep
とってくる
hanging
んだ。
around me?
それは
That's She fumbled her words. As expected, her behavior was far too suspicious. To be fair, it is really suspicious she's following.
私
My name is
楠木
Kusunoki Yua. No one had asked her to, but she suddenly started introducing
そ
herself.
の
But the truth is,
実は
when I first saw you, something about you nagged at me,
一目見てそれで
and she just ended up tailing me? This woman who introduced herself as Yua gradually lowered her glance while blabbering something
ごめ
obscure.
んなさい
I'm sorry. She furiously bowed her head. Yeah, only. Impossible. That was my honest reaction. Looking at her like this, the girl called Yua was rather cute. I acknowledge that. Which is exactly why I didn't believe her. The 3D girl who felt favorably towards me. What was this, an eroge? My whole life up until now, no one had ever said something like that to me. That was why this sudden confession could only ring false flags to me. Did you think I'd rejoice over it? Regardless of the fact that she'd been creeping around me, creeping around me like a stalker up until a short while ago. I might dig a character like that in the 2D world, of course he would. Is there any character he doesn't dig in the 2D world? But I don't want to see it in real life. It'd send me reeling back. And I was incredibly embarrassed. I wanted to get away from here right now. The third dimension really is shit. They put you under the pressure of anxiety when all you're doing is talking? Dude,
僕は
I'm not interested in the third dimension.
いや
No. I stammered because I was attempting to say something harsh. Even so, I had to make it clear to her or she'd keep hovering around me later. No thanks. I'd pass on that.
迷惑だよ。
It's a hassle.
付きまとわない
Don't
で。
stick around me.
すいません
People just trying to be nice to him, and he's like, I don't like 3D. My annoying sister who shows up to check to make sure you're alive. Literally was like, hey, got money for a phone, let's get you a phone. And really, the stalker bit of it's a little weird. I'll say that, but like, seeing her hunch over and fall silent, I wondered if she'd really reconsidered. No, don't let her trick you. Don't trust anything in the third dimension. All I could trust was the second dimension. I had more faith in Seraton's words than in whatever this girl said.
もう
Don't follow me anymore. I'm going home.
僕帰るから
Faltering, I fought to stand up. My body still hurt here and there. My shoulder in particular had trouble moving, and an intermittent dull pain kept running through it. The Pain briefly made me dizzy. I might have hit my head when I fell. Yua hurriedly caught at my hand and supported me as I stumbled.
怪我してるんですね。
Hurt, aren't you?
で、貸し
Let
ま
me
す。
help. It was a lot of work to avoid meeting her eyes, no doubt about it. My face was turning bright red. She'd make fun of me if she saw it, so I turned my face aside and roughly shook off Yua's hand. The inside of my head was pure white. I almost never touched females other than my family members. I felt the pulse in my chest growing steadily fast. You pushed her hand off of your own.
お家まで送ります。
I'll see you to your house, since you were hurt because I was tagging along after you. So please, let me see you
送らせて
home.
ください。
I was happy at her suggestion. I wasn't used to having others be nice to me, so even though she was a 3D girl who previously introduced only revulsion in me, I was in serious danger of falling for her. Literally like one line away. That was why I didn't have the courage to look at Yue face to face. Besides, she was a stalker, and she might be related to that demon girl, and I don't want to die. Yeah, all girls are related, it's fair. Anyway, I was attempting to think about a lot of things, but I couldn't think about anything, and I became more and more discombobulated.
えっと、
Where is your house?
し
Shinsei.
深セン
Shishin? Oh crap. I thought as soon as I nodded. Why did I have to tell her? What was I expecting from her? At most, this would turn out to be a delusion. Or else at the very, very end, I'd be thrust down from the pinnacle of happiness and fall into despair. That kind of pattern appears a lot in anime. A death plague had gone up for me. Well, in my realizing it, Yua had slipped under my shoulder to help hold me up. Her soft body was practically glued to me. Her hair smelled nice. Impossible. There was no way a 3D girl would be this nice to someone like me. Maybe you could just stop being garbage to people. Maybe people would be... People don't hate you nearly as much as you seem to think they do.
歩けます。
Can you walk? When she asked me, I made the mistake of nodding again.
じゃあ、行きましょう。
Let's go. Yua spoke nervously and began to slowly move forward, watching my feet. She was doing so much for me that I could no longer refuse her or shake her off. Helpless, I had no choice but to start walking, borrowing the assistance of her delicate shoulders. Neither Yua nor I spoke until we reached the building where my base was located. As if I could ever have a normal conversation with a girl. Well, it's true, we hate him more than he thinks we do, but like, maybe if he stopped assuming everyone out there hated him, he'd go out occasionally and talk with people and realize he's kind of being a creep a lot of the time. Obviously, if I brought up the subject of anime or games or figures, 3D girls would reflexively call me a creep without so much as trying to understand me. From my perspective, there was nothing to be gained from talking with these bitches. Just existing in reality.
ここで
I'm fine here, so
いいから
somehow forcing myself to say just that much, I studied her reaction. Yua gave me a small nod and let me go. I fall down immediately. I still staggered a little.
やっぱり、
Should I, take you to your room after all? Ignoring her suggestion, I headed for the building's entrance. This ragged 22-year-old building called Kurenai Hall was 8 stories high and housed multiple tenants. It was grimy, and the elevator hall, not that it was large enough to be called a hall, was dark because the electricity there didn't work. And the stairs were steep, and merely 3 people were allowed to fill up the elevator, and its speed of ascent was irritatingly slow. The container housing the roof formed my base. I ended up here thanks purely to my dad's connections. Apparently he was a friend of the building's owner, and the rent was pretty cheap. The fact that it took only 10 minutes to walk to school was also a plus. Live in a shipping container on a roof. In truth, I wanted to live in Akihabara, but my parents wouldn't let me live by myself anywhere other than here, so I gave up and settled in. Well, just as they say, the place you live becomes your palace. I feel fortunate that it wasn't so bad once I actually came to stay here. Clearly, the Phantom Thieves need to enter this man's palace, and I don't even know if they could fix what's going on with him. There was supposed to be a tenant in the first floor, but ever since I first arrived here, the shutters had always been closed. Next to the rented space on the first floor was a narrow entrance which led to the elevator hall. You had to take a slight step up to get in there. The instant I raised my foot to climb it, a fierce pain ran through me and I swayed.
大丈夫ですか
Are you alright? Yua leapt forward to hold me up. Damn it, she was still here.
やっぱり部屋まで送りま
I'll
す
take you up to your room without fail.
絶対
Her declaration sounded oddly frantic. To be perfectly honest, it was an enormous help to have Yua come this far with me. No, they couldn't at all. After reaching the 8th floor via the elevator, I'd have to climb a set of steep emergency stairs, and in my current state, that seemed nigh impossible to do alone. Yua didn't seem very strong, at least going by her outward appearance. Despite that, she did her best to support me, catching her breath as she helped me climb.
こんなとこ
You
ろに
live up in a place like this? Yua was rendered speechless upon seeing the container housing. I guess from a normal person's point of view, living in an industrial container would seem downright unbelievable. Yeah.
なんか
Somehow, I really admire that.
アウトローな感じがして
It's got a kind of outlaw sensibility to it. How neat. I never dreamed someone would say such a thing. Was he trying to butter me up or what? I won't be fooled. I definitely won't be fooled by one of you 3D girls, okay? With you supporting me, I opened the padlock to the door and went inside. I finally made it back. Today had been disasterific. It might be best to become a Hikikomori after
真っ
all.
暗ですね
It's pitch black.
電気の
Where's the
せい
light switch? This girl, she'd brazenly gone ahead to the middle of the room, but, well, there was also the fact she'd lent me her shoulder on the way here. If possible, I didn't want her to look around the room. After all, there were a ton of figures lined up the shelves, and Aerogate packages were piled up on the bed, and the floor was littered with trash.
もういいから
That's enough. Let me go.
話して
Having communicated that, I waited for Yua's hand to leave me. She wouldn't release me so
床
easily.
すごく散らかって
The floor is really messy. No, I mean, I
歩き
think
にく
it'll be
いと
hard
思
to
うんです
walk
けど
around like this. It's clearly
ソファーまで行
dangerous.
きましょう
Let's head for the
そこで
sofa.
話しますか
I'll
ら
let go of you once you're there. In the end, I did as she told me. Magazines and CDs were scattered atop the sofa too, but Yua swiftly tidied them up while still supporting me and helped me sit down. She was kind to me and so considerate. No, don't be fooled. I won't let you fool
平気
me.
ですか
Okay. Yeah. She and I were alone in my room. In the dark. Since the door was still thrown open, some faint moonlight came in, but the inside of the room remained mostly dark. Which is why I couldn't tell what kind of expression Yua was making. That seems to be a reoccurring theme of, like, I can't tell what kind of expression they're making. That really seems to be a reoccurring thing. Also, one second. To be fair, I think he's just bad at reading people anyway, because he doesn't deal with people, but... Oh, of course that would be the next line. Conversely, though, my being unable to see her well made her breathing sound even more sexual. Come to think of it, this was the first time someone other than my little sister had visited my room. She was a girl I'd only just met. If this were a game, I'd have triggered an event flag. The sort of situation where we'd get cozy and end up piecing. But I wasn't expecting that kind of thing. Reality was endless and cruel. Unlike the second dimension, and this girl wasn't normal. She was a stalker. See, even just the way he puts that, it's clear that it's not that he doesn't want it. It's that he just assumes it's going to go wrong, something bad's going to happen. Fictional stories are better because things don't go wrong, which is obviously clearly a lie, but like... Speaking of which, how long did you plan on standing there in front of me? If she'd done what she wanted, she should hurry up and leave. Having thought that far, I pulled up short. Surely she wasn't planning on doing something horrible now that the two of us were alone.
明かりのスイッチ
The
は
light switch?
パソコンの
My
パ
computer.
ソコン
Computer? The only source of illumination in this room was the desk light set next to the PC. Really? I started to tell her to switch it on, but I couldn't bring myself to finish.
そうか
I see, you mean this desk lamp?
うん
Ah, yeah. Scrupulously avoiding the garbage at her feet, she walked. Yua wavered her way over to the desk and turned on the light. The room was at least released from darkness. In the dark, being unable to see, she had He had the opposite effect, driving me to fantasize about all kinds of things. But now that I could see her clearly, I didn't know where to look and became even more embarrassed. Becoming completely incapable of speech, much like I seem to be tonight, I hurried hunched over. Ah! I shivered convulsively when Yua suddenly raised her voice. The line of sight was aimed at my figure of Sierra-tan, standing next to my monitor in her usual moe pose.
これってブラチューのセーラ
This
ちゃん
is Sierra-tan from Burachu, isn't it? Huh?
知ってるの？
You watch anime? You know about it?
はい
Yes, I love Burachu. I watch it every week.
へえ。
There are girls that watch anime? No. Is that
セーラちゃ
so?
んがお好きなんですね
You must really like Sierra-chan. She's also my favorite of the heroines. Her costume is so cute too.
衣装も可愛
Her
い
voice
です
had
し
grown lively. She wasn't just saying it to flatter me. How unexpected. Could it be that you,
不女子。
she's talking to you about a female character, so maybe not. Uchoshi?
あ、うん。
Ah, never mind. So she simply liked anime. You can also simply just like things, you know. That's fine. It's okay.
あれ
These are called figures, aren't they?
いいんですよね
May I take a closer look? Ah,
すみ
I'm
ません
sorry. That was too forward of me. I ought to go home already. Flustered as she bowed her head to me repeatedly.
見ていいよ。
Okay to look. Anyway, it didn't feel so bad to have someone praise one of my wives. That was why I figured, why not be a little nicer to her?
本当ですか
Really?
ありがとうござい
Thank
ま
you
す
so much. You picked Sierra up and studied her seriously.
それは山陽堂版の覚醒前バー
That's
ジョン
the
なんだ。
Cyan
セーラフィギュア
Yodo
はいくつか種類
pre-made
が出てるけど
pre-awakening version.
最初に出たや
Lots of different Sierra figures have come out, but it was the first.
へえ
つあまりクオリティは高く
It
ないよ。
isn't that high quality. Her face is subtly off,
ポーズも
for
平凡
instance,
すぎ
and
て
her
あまりエ
pose
ロ
is
くない
too standard to be very
でも
sexy.
服の胸
But
元
it's the
部分
only
をキャス
figure
ト
of
オ
her
フできる
so
のは
far
今
where
の
the
ところ
chest
それだ
area
けだ。
is cast offable. I'm gonna assume I know. But where would it be? Well, maybe not. I don't know. Let's just be honest. We know what that means. And he just said it out loud.
胸も
Chest area.
あちなみに
Ah,
僕は
by
セ
the
ーラ
way,
フ
I've
ィギュアは
collected
4
all
種類
four
全部
Sierra
揃えてるよ。
figures.
そ
On the
そっちの
shelf,
棚に制服
there's
バー
the
ジョンと
school
メイドバ
uniform
ージョン
version
と
and
水
the
着バージョン
maid
が
version and the swimsuit version.
そんなに種類が
All these different
すごいです
kinds.
ね
How
一番評価
impressive.
が高いのは
The
メイ
maid
ドバー
version
ジョ
is
ン
the
なんだけ
most
ど個人
expensive.
的には
Really?
水着バージョンも悪くないよ。
I was about to say, I would imagine it would be the swimsuit one. Not because it costs more to make, but because... Personally, the swimsuit version isn't too bad either.
そうなんですか
Let's see. I'd like to take a look at them, but it's a little
もうす
dim.
ぐアルファから待望の覚醒後
Soon
バージ
enough,
ョンなんて
Alpha's
出
going
る
to
んだけ
release the
ど、これは
long
かな
awaited
りクオリティ高
post
そう
awakening
なの。
version.
キャス
Seems
ト
like
オ
it's
フも
pretty
胸
high
元だけじ
quality.
ゃなくて
It's
ほぼ
cast
全身可
cast
能だっていう
offable
し、
too, not
表
just
情
her
も
chest,
ポーズ
but
も質感も
practically
自由
her
となしだ
whole
ね。
body. There's nothing to complain about with her expression or
あとは
pose
カラー
either.
さえバッチリなら、
And the colors are
今年
spot
発売された
on.
フィ
She'll
ギュア
be
の
a
中でも
candidate for
MVP 候補
MVP
だ
when
よ
it。comes to this year's batch of figures.
アルファ
Alpha?
メーカーだよ。フ
A
ィギュア
maker
の。
of figures.
なるほど
Ah, I get it. Catching myself, I held my tongue. I realized that I'd said too much. Furthermore, going off like that about Bishoujo figures, I had the feeling that I'd said some pretty dumbass stuff, like about being able to cast off clothing, and whether or not poses were sexy. I wanted to see what kind of face Uo was making, but I didn't have the courage to look. She'd definitely be looking down at me as if I was something dirty. If Grim was here, I'd be like, Grim, hit with that light pathetic. With that face. So as I desperately forced my face in some other direction, pulse racing. Yuva called out to me, and I automatically turned in her direction. Far from wearing the scorn-filled expression I had feared, she was
さっき言っていた
the ones you mentioned before, the battle version and the maid version and such. May I see them? Yeah. Over on that shelf. I don't know how she could have missed it. It's the only other thing in this room besides the computer, and it's covered in figures. Well, I guess there's boxes and the mess. Excuse me. I was utterly confused because Yua was smiling as if she were really having fun.
すごい
Ah,
ですね
amazing!
こんなに
You
た
have
くさん
so many! Her eyes sparkled even after she saw the shelf filled with figures. To think that there existed a 3D girl who could see this kind of thing and not be repulsed. There's a big world out there, or something along those lines.
メイドセーラ
Ah,
ちゃん
this must be the
ってこれ
maid
ですね
Sarah-chan. She gives off a different impression than in the anime, but it's super cute.
下着
Even
ま
made
で
her
ちゃんと作り込んで
underwear
あるんだ
accurately.
こういうの
Why was she
実物
check?
で見たのは
It's the
初めて
first time
で
I've
すけど
seen these in person, but I like them. Maybe I
私
should
も
buy
買
one
ってみよう
too.
かな
Assume she's talking about the figures, not the underwear. But
だった
in
ら
that case, you should pre-order the
覚醒後バージョン
post-awakening
を
version.
予
I
約した方がい
totally
い。
recommend that
あれ
one,
は
so
そうですね
I see.
あなたの
After
話
hearing
を
what you
聞い
had
て
to say
たら
about it, I really
そ
started
の
wanting that
覚醒後バー
post-awakening
ジョン
one.
覚醒後って
When you say post-awakening, do you mean that scene in episode
よく知ってま
12?
すな、お主。
I didn't know that.
マニアですな
Art thou perhaps quite the fanatic?
好きで
Yes,
すから
since I like the show.
特にあの
The
時の
awakening
覚
scene in
醒シーン
particular,
は
I rewatch my recording of it
安
every
心
day.
で演出と作画宮地
Miyaji took care of the
だから
direction and
クオリティ
artwork in
高
that
くて
scene, so it's natural for the quality to be impressive.
宮地
そうい
Miyaji?
う神クリエイター
There's
が
a
いるんだ。
godly creator
あ
out
の
there
人
who
の
gets
演出は
called
マジで
that.
神だよ。
His direction is
あとちゃんの
seriously
実況版も
godlike.
神来た
On
ってなるし。
At-chan's live broadcast discussion, people say, here's God when he comes
そう
up.
なんですか
Wow, really?
すごく知識
You
が
know so
豊
much
富なん
about
で
this.
す
I
ね
haven't even been paying attention to the
監
staff
督と演
members.
出と脚本はチェッ
You
ク
ought to
してお
check
くとい
out
い。
who produced it and
特に
directed
新
it
作
and
なん
did
か
the
はそれを
script,
調べる
especially
だ
when
け
it
で
comes to
内
new
容の良し
series,
悪し
since
が
you
大体
can
予測でき
basically
るし。
predict whether it'll be good or bad based on those factors alone.
わかりました今度から
Understood.
そうしてみます
From
ね
now on, I'll look it up. Yua faced me again as she answered, wearing a charming smile. To think that I'd be on the receiving end of a girl's smile. To think that such an eroge-esque conversation could exist in... It's just a conversation with a person, dude. You're just talking with someone. I mean, good on ya. It's an improvement, but like... And that I myself would be able to experience it. 3D girls, my sister included, usually smiled at me as if they were making fun of me. I shouldn't forget Sierraton's words to me. You mustn't trust in anyone. You mustn't listen to anyone.
あの
Um,
こんなこと聞いて
I
い
don't
いか
know
ど
if it's
う
okay
か
to ask this, but
何
what? Yua suddenly begins fidgeting. She faced downward. She faced downward and didn't try to meet
聞
my
かせて
eyes.
もらっても
May I
いいでしょう
ask
か
your name?
名前
Name? Now that she mentioned it, she'd introduced herself to me, but I hadn't reciprocated.
西条
Nichijo Takumi. Becoming oddly embarrassed, I ended up mumbling it.
西条匠君
Nichijo Takumi-kun. What grade are you?
2年
Junior?
私は3
I'm a
年
senior. Guess that means I'm older.
年上さんです
Oh, jeez. That Moe phrasing of hers made me downright dizzy. Alright, Robin. Where do we go from here? We're excited. Red. Our first red pick? Alright. Was you the caring big sister type? She was real dangerous, luring me in like this. She had to be plotting something.
それで
So,
西条
Nishijo-kun,
君に
I have a favor to ask of you. A favor? Surely she didn't mean... Well, straight into his mind again.
私
I love
あなた
you.
のことずっと
I've always watched you. I'm not satisfied with just looking anymore. Yua's face was bright red. For some reason, after her sudden confession, she began scrounging through her bag. It appeared that she was
あ
looking for
なたの
something.
全部
I want to make everything about you into
で
mine.
いろいろ考えて
After much thought,
一番素敵
the
な
most
方法を
wonderful method
思い
occurred
つい
to
たんで
me.
す
What she finally pulled out was a brand new butcher knife. Illuminated by the glow of the desk light, its blade gleamed. My only option was to look at it dazedly. My thoughts couldn't keep up with such a sudden development. It was all I could do just to swallow the saliva in my mouth.
私
Because
あ
I
なたが好
love
き
you.
だから
Because I love you so much. I can't bear it any longer.
もう耐えられない
Yua closed her hand around the butcher knife. Perhaps she was gripping it too tightly. Her fingers were turning white. Then she pointed the end of the blade straight at me. I somehow managed to convey my refusal by shaking my head like a child, saying no. But I thought it was too late for that to
あ
work
な
with
たの
her.
肉とか
Your flesh, this is,
骨とか
and your
皮
bones,
膚とか
and your
内
skin,
臓とか
your innards, and your
目
brain,
玉とか
your
も
eyeballs,
ちろん
and of course your
あなたの
most
一番恥ずかしい
embarrassing
部
spot.
分
I'll
食べてあげます
eat all of them for you. Raising to a bizarre cry, Yua leapt at me. A dull impact, a sense of pressure, looked down at my chest. It tip of the butcher knife had sunk into my body. Ooh, you let out a sweet sigh by my ear. The knife piercing me dug into my flesh and bones. But I felt no pain. That was to be expected. After all, this was one of my delusions. Picking the right option there was interesting. Terrifying. The Andre girls are fucking terrifying. Though I'd imagined it myself, it was scary it was scary enough to give me goosebumps. Yeah. Well, I trembled all on my own, and Yua felt grandly on her ass without any warning. She rubbed her butt, looking a bit as if she were about to cry. How did she fall? Oh, the exact way we fell. I'm sorry. I think I stepped on one of your CDs. The case might be broken. Really sorry. I'll clean it up properly, so... It's okay. So hurry up and go home. In any case, what was the favor she brought up earlier? Though I told her not to, Yua began tidying up the trash and CDs scattered at her feet. Her expression was so apologetic that it made me start to feel like I was the one who was at fault. Then let me at least guarantee you some space to walk safely. I'm sorry, after that I'll say what the favor is. As she cleaned briskly, Yua looked almost like my mother, doing whatever the heck she wanted without any thought for other people's extenuating circumstances. It was the perfect example of uncalled for meddling. How dare somebody try to help you? Yeah, because... Doesn't she look a little bit like the girl in the opening? At least, well, I guess so does the demon girl. The hair, specifically. The weapon's totally different. But in the anime universe, she's like a magical girl. The girl in the opening is clearly like a magical girl, too. I don't know. Absolutely, I don't trust anything this guy sees. At all. Times like this, someone in my position should probably offer you my help. Yeah, probably. As we reached for the garbage, our hands would touch. Ah, we'd say, as we gazed at each other, and the atmosphere would start to get kind of intimate. What kind of love comedy is this? I'm definitely not going to help out, okay? Ooh. Ah, Yua's hand, which had been neurotically repiling the mountain of magazines, stopped. Right then, her back happened to be facing me, and I couldn't really see what she was holding. It's something naughty, I'm sure. Never mind. Please pay no heed to it. She was getting remarkably flustered. How suspicious. Thinking about it more carefully, it was the same as if she were doing a search of my room. She might be trying to steal something. Maybe she thought that with so many figures, I wouldn't notice one or two go missing. But you got that wrong. See here, I know everything about my brides. I'd notice right away if even a single one vanished. Don't touch any of my figures. I won't. That's not it. Is this what you call a virtue dojinshi? One had fallen down here, and I took a little look inside. I don't know what that is, but it's something dirty. Oh. Ah, an arrow one. Okay. It was amazing. Surprised me. Don't look without asking. I'm sorry. Yua frantically began moving her hands again. Having managed to create just enough space to sit down, she turned back to face me. So, about the favor I mentioned earlier. It is. I sucked down my breath and instinctively braced myself. It's the figure pre-ordering we were talking about before. Do you think maybe you could come with me? Did she just ask you out on a date? Up till now, I've never gone into, an anime shop or anything. But, it's rude of me to ask, isn't it? I'm sorry. It's my fault you got hurt. I was in real danger here. This wasn't the kind of problem where I could answer her carelessly. First place, you and I had similar hobbies, and she said she liked Sierra-Tom, and she'd acted really interested in what I had to say. For an otaku like me, she was pretty easy to talk with. But this had to be a trap. Such an overly convenient Eroge-esque development would never happen in real life. They'll be poisoned by the third dimension. Think, what on earth was Yua's goal? Real danger. I'm sorry, please forget I said anything. I was happy that you told me about all kinds of things. Yeah, he seems suspiciously, perfect for him. He's asking him out on a date. She's being forward enough to get through his lack of saying anything without being, pushy about things. She's into everything he's into. started following him. I don't know where to begin with. I mean, it was already pretty bad, but her finding one of his literal porno mags and be like, ooh, it's hot. Like, yeah, the stalking, like, it would be suspicious anyway, but the stalking really, like, hammers it home. Yua bowed her head to me. Considering that most 3D girls tend to be excessively pushy, she was showing unusual restraint. No girl this cute and with such a good personality could possibly exist in reality. This was an act. Watch me reject you. I'll shut you down like a man. Yua raised her head. What I could see of her eyes behind her glasses looked thin. Could it be that she was crying because I hadn't said anything? I'd made her cry? Yeah, that's fair too, yeah. Considering she's like, I mean, to be fair, the sister seems passable. The sister doesn't seem a bad person. But everyone else, yeah, no, you're right. Hey, give me a break. I'd only ever experienced such scenes of emotional carnage in games. I was incredibly agitated, plus I felt guilty. It's often said that a woman's tears could become weapons, but only now did I get the sense of the truth behind those words. Honestly, I had no idea what to do. I just got in a dither and made myself increasingly impatient. I'll go with you, I started to say, but I couldn't go through with it. What if I said that she told me, like, don't take it seriously, stupid. What a creep. Trapped in paranoia, I lost the ability to speak. You don't have to force yourself. It wouldn't be good for you to go along with my selfishness. Her eyes had grown even wetter than before. Droplets seemed ready to come overflowing from the corners of her eyes any moment now. Go. Well, I didn't have a choice, so he's going. You'll come with me? Hopeless, I nodded. I couldn't think of any other way to make Yua stop crying. I had the feeling that I'd strolled right into her trap. But Yua let out a relieved breath, took off her glasses, and wiped her tears. I thought it'd be only natural for you to refuse. Thank you so much, Nishijo-kun. She was thanking me? It looked as though I had somehow managed to avoid making her cry for real. I was the one who felt like I'd been saved? Huh. How had I ended up getting so cornered? Damn you, 3D girl. Lack of preparation was my greatest enemy. If we're going, then when would be best? On top of that, where had her sorrowful expression gone? She looked thoroughly delighted. She might have been crying crocodile tears after all. If so, those were some professional level acting skills. I'm sure it takes only the most professional level skills to fool you, an expert at the emotions and feelings, and gestures, and body language of other human beings. The new Sarah-chan figure is being released soon, isn't it? Yeah, it'll sell out really soon, I think. In that case, it seems we should go quickly. How about tomorrow? According to my schedule for the week, tomorrow was certainly a school-going day. This week of all weeks, I had to go 3 times. As a result, though, next week I would only have to go twice. That's where the 0.5 comes from, I guess. Tomorrow was looking to be a pretty depressing day. But if I told you what, actually, I'm not going, now that she'd gotten all excited about it, she might start crying again. She had me wrapped around her little finger very quickly. Very quickly. I reluctantly gave my assent. She seemed pleased. Looking at that pace at me won't be enough to trick me, you know. What class are you in, Nishijo-kun? I'll come get you after school tomorrow. Class B. Grade 2, Class B. Okay, please wait for me once classes are over. Wanting Yua to leave faster, I went on bobbing my head. Just taking act for a shutting. Yeah, tons of effort. Promising to hang out with a girl. This wasn't some kind of dream or delusion, was it? I pinched my cheek just in case. It hurt. Alright then, thanks for letting me stay so long. If your foot hurts, have a doctor take a look at it, okay? Yeah. Still seated on the sofa, I watched Yua go. Immediately before leaving the room, Yua turned to give me a little wave. See you tomorrow, Nishijo-kun. No response. Keep going. See you tomorrow, she says, and she even waved at me. My cheeks were naturally slipping into a smile, so I hastily pulled my face back into place. She's totally fallen for me. He makes leaps quickly. So quickly. I hate 2D girls. I hate 2D girls. I hate this. She's stalking me. She's awful. Oh, she's kind of soft. Oh, she's in my room. Oh, she likes my figures. She loves me.
まあ、付き合うか付き合わ
Well,
ないか
I
は
get to pick
僕の
whether or
選
not
択肢
to
がある
go
わけ
out
だし
with her, right?
あの
I'll
女を
reject her
なぜ
without a
容赦なく
moment's
振ってやるさ
worth of mercy or sympathy.
お前は僕の女にふさわし
Something
くない
like, you're not
セイラ
worthy
よ
of
りい
being
い女
my
になって出
woman.
直してこ
I'm
い
back once you're a
まあ
finer woman than
一生
Sierra.
無理だけど
Granted,
な
that'll
何しろセイ
that'll
ラ
never
は永遠
happen,
の17歳
given
だ
that
から
Sierra
な
is going to be
みたいな
eternally 17. Like any female could ever be finer than Sierra. Oh. I picked up the figure of her and rubbed it against my cheek. I love all the figures I've got. They're characters from games that mean a lot to me. They're cool. I like them. I have never rubbed my face against any figure I have. Ever. Thought never even occurred to me. That's weird. Saratan seemed happy. I've also never projected emotions onto my figures. The guy.
おっと時間
Oops,
か
it's already time. The part we just covered will appear on the test. Make sure you've taken good notes. We'll stop here for today. Rise.
ね
Bow. Once the math teacher, what was his name again? Not like it mattered. Left the classroom. Today's class has finally reached her end. Oh, didn't mean to right click, but at the same time, why not save? Everyone chattered about where they planned to go next, while the students and club gathered with their fellow club members and headed off in different rooms. There were also a lot of people preparing to head straight home. As soon as the closing bell rang, I too usually got my stuff together for going home, but today I fretted in my seat, making an effort not to meet my classmates' gaze. After this came my promise with Yua. Ordinarily, it'd be ultra exciting to be waiting to head out somewhere with a girl. Right now, it was nothing but melancholy. I couldn't calm down, my stomach ached. It was the first time I promised to meet with a girl, so I had no clue how to handle myself. In the first place, was Yua really coming? I started to think that maybe yesterday had been one big prank, and as I waited here, she was watching me from the shadows and giggling. So a thought. It's also the voice needs to have time to completely shut the world out. Yeah, also true. There was something in his room that we know ended up on the floor. It's very likely she would have encountered, and she didn't say a word about. Unless she was covering for herself when she talked about the arrow. But he's got that stake in there. Yeah. I started to think that maybe yesterday had been one big prank, and as I waited here, she was watching me from the shadows and giggling. In a certain sense, that might be better than if she really came. In fact, there was no need to wait for her so faithfully. Wouldn't it be fine if I forgot all about her and left? Alrighty, time to go home. Whatever the case, we were in different grades, and if I stood her up today, we'd probably never meet again for the rest of our lives. Yeah, she's never followed you before. Decision made. I stood up.
たく何してんだ
What you doing? Someone pounded me on the back. I don't know why I can't read tonight. I didn't have to see his face to know whose doing it was. Yusumi-kun was the only person in the class curious enough to call
お
out to
前
me.
帰らないのか
You weren't going home? You always disappear right when the bell rings. I'd secretly named it Takumi's Supersonic Flight
匠
Home.
の音速と
Man,
もう
I'm
はい
leaving now. Full
誰か待
force.
ってるとか
Waiting for someone? Eh? How do you know?
なんだよ
そう
図星かよ
Bullseye, huh?
なんだか
You
やけに
looked
そわ
extra
そわしてる
fidgety,
からな
and you kept checking out the classroom entrance. You're not subtle. He's sharp. No, you're obvious. But it'd be better not to say anything careless here. You mustn't forget, Takumi. At this school, you've got to stand out as little as possible. You gotta be like
別
air.
に誰も待ってない
I'm not really waiting for anyone.
そうか
No? Then what was with that pause just now?
それは
That was... Shit, Yusumi-kun wasn't a bad guy, I mean... But he could really get obnoxious at times like this. Learn to read between the lines. Nishichoku, I twitched. Looking gingerly in the direction of Yua's voice had come from, I saw her standing timidly at the entrance to our classroom. What a mess. it was Misumi-kun's fault that I'd lost my chance to escape.
おい、なんだ
Whoa,
よ
hey,
どういう
what's
こと
going
だ
on? What is this? Unusually for him, Misumi-kun seemed shaken. Throwing an arm around my shoulder, he looked at me
おい
steadily.
タクどういうことか
Explain
お前の
yourself.
彼女か
She's your girl? Why are
違
you
うよ。
making moves? It's not like that. I told Misumi-kun a million times that I had no interest in the third dimension.
だったら何なんだよ
So what is it
言
then?
っとくが
Let me say off the bat that I
タクの
won't
姉ちゃんとかそう
fall
いう
for
オ
it
チ
if
は
you try to
期
say
待してね
she's your sister or
引き
something.
こもりのくせに
Hikikomori, where and how the hell did you meet a hottie like her?
昨日、急に
Yesterday, she
戸惑
started hanging around me all of a sudden.
それはつまりあれか
So in other words, you got a reverse pickup? Picked up? Huh? You
この
little...
この
He grabbed me by the jaw until I started to wobble. With that, Misumi-kun finally released me.
そうか
So I guess there's some pretty curious types out there. But hey, I'm a little relieved to see you got a normal inclination.
性癖って、
Inclinations.
それ彼女とは
Anyway, we're not really... Yeah, is that
そう
so?
かそうか
Keep it up, Taku.
頑張れよタク
Misumi-kun wasn't listening to me. Getting single-handedly worked up about it, he thumped me on the back even more fiercely than before. It's definitely
安心
feasible.
しろって
No need to worry, dude. I won't steal your lady.
だからそういう関係じゃん。
I'm telling you, she's not my... Ah, come on, get on over there. Looks like she's tired of waiting.
彼女
As Misumi-kun drove me away, I stumbled up to Yua. In the end, I hadn't been able to run away.
あの
I'm
迎えに
going
来
to
た
pick you
の
up.
迷
Did it
惑
cause you any trouble?
いや、
Ah, no. It caused me tons of trouble. When I took a look back at Misumi-kun, he grinned and stuck his middle finger up at me. I had a hard time telling whether he was trying to pick a fight with me or trying to encourage me. It'd be aggravating to keep dealing with him. I'd better get out of school post-haste. Sure, get
す
out.
いません
Sorry to ask this of you, even though we met only yesterday.
いや、
Nah. So nervous. Going home from school together with a 3D girl, why, that almost made it sound like I had a life. I thought that kind of thing belonged to a world with no relation to me. I'd never have dreamed of being able to experience it, but at the moment I was coming under silent pressure from Yua. How could I be so nervous when all we were doing was walking side by side? Because you're nervous about everything, dude. I had no clue as to Yua's true identity or her goal. What could she expect from a creepy otaku like me?
おとといの
Open ordering a nerdy figure? The day before yesterday, that. That made you jump? Yes?
いや、
Oh, forget it. Since she started talking so suddenly, startlement had made my voice come out weirdly. This is Jotaro we're talking about. I still don't believe that. I mean, I believe it, but I can't rehearse it in my head. I can't be like, no, that's the same voice actor, even though I believe it. It seems that Yua was nervous as well. Her expression was strained. It made her seem rather innocent for an older girl. She might be unexpectedly moe. That said, though, it was all I could do just to glance at her out of the corner of my eyes. Looking at her straight on shouldn't have been a big deal, but sheer embarrassment made it impossible
お
for
とと
me.
いのブラチュ
The
見ました
day
よね
before yesterday, did you watch Burachu? Yeah.
私一箇所だけ
There was one part that I still don't
いまいちよ
understand
くわから
very
ない
well.
ススム君がセイラちゃんのピ
Susumu-kun
ンチに
came running to
駆けつけ
save
てきて
Sierra when she was in
助
a
けてくれま
pinch,
したよ
right?
ね
But how did Susumu-kun know Sierra chan was in danger?
あ、あれは
But that got foreshadowed the week before. They inserted a quick scene where Sierra's cell phone starts ringing and the caller displays shows Susumu's name.
あ
Ah.
あそういえば
Now that you mention it, there was a scene like that.
細かい伏線をあちこちに貼るのが好きなんだ。
Otakus like sticking in lots of minor foreshadowing like that. You can find the same kind of thing in Kingaru.
山田君
Yamataku?
いや
Kingaru?
山田君っていうのはブラチュー
Yamataku is a fan nickname for Boruchu's director. And Kingaru is the anime he directed before Boruchu. Boruchu. Ah,
じゃ
so
あ山田君
Yamataku-san must be a famous director. Well, I like his stuff. If I had to say why, it's definitely animeite. I don't know. Do you see the subtitle under it? For your many delusions and illusions. As I've lectured you on this and that about anime, we arrived in front of animeite. I'm going to keep calling it that, even though it could be animite for sure. Wow, we'd gotten there way faster than I thought. It's almost like time flies while you're having fun. I'd gotten so into it that I talked way too much. It was because Yua was good at listening. She heard me out with true interest while I showed off my knowledge in all kinds of areas. That was why, even though I was aware it had to be a trap, I found myself wanting to tell her everything I knew. I was supposed to be bad at talking. This was a first for me. I could converse with her almost as if we were chatting online. Not that good at chatting online either. What a strange sensation. He's really not. Ah, my heart's kind of started racing. For your many delusions and illusions, apparently. Please don't leave before me, okay?
うん。
Okay. Her demeanor growing increasingly nervous, Yua asked one of the clerks about pre-ordering the post-awakening version of Sierra. I simply watched from beside her. I'd been casing the place for a chance to escape, but Yua kept throwing anxious looks at me, so I couldn't move an inch. Afterward, at Yua's request, we looked around the rest of the store. An overjoyed Yua told me no matter how much money I brought here, I'd want to buy more, but I didn't have the energy to smile back at her. If you're gonna just go into the trap, at least, like, be nice. But also I feel that way about, like, Kinokuniya. Like, I could go there with infinite money and still be like, I don't have enough. Apparently, Yua took the train to and from school. As a result, I had to accompany her to the Shinsen train station. Shinsen. It's come up like twice. She seemed gentle and timid, but she was actually pretty stubborn. She'd couch her demands in such a way that they didn't seem at all demanding or selfish. That was dark of her, man. You had to be one of those dark characters.
西条くんって携
Nishijo
帯を
kun,
持ってないん
you
で
have a
すか
cell phone? You abruptly asked me right as we arrived at the station. Cell phone, huh? I feebly shook my
持っ
head.
てないんですか
You don't have one?
それじゃ
Is there no other way to contact you?
連絡
Contact? You could send nudes online. I mean, you could, what does she plan to accomplish but contacting me? Surely she didn't intend to make me mail her over every little thing.
でも
Ah, but
西条くん
Nishijo-kun,
パソコン持って
don't
ま
you
し
have a
て私も
computer?
持ってるから
I
メ
have
ール
one
アドレ
too.
スを交換し
So
ませ
could we
んか
exchange email addresses?
どうして
Why?
そのフィギ
Um,
ュアの発売日
when
に
the figure
取り
comes
に行か
out,
なくちゃいけ
I'll
ませ
have
ん
to
よ
go
ね
pick it
そ
up.
の時に
Could we,
ま
well,
た
go together again?
一人で
I still don't quite have the
アニメ
courage to
エイ
go
ト
into
に行く
an...
勇気は
Hold on, she
な
said
い
it.
から
Animate? Oh, it's animate. God damn it.
まだ一人でアニメエイトに行く勇気はない
It's
か
so
ら
obvious. I just couldn't see it. Just animate with like an accent over it. Skillfully done.
それに
Besides, this girl was ingenious.
私
Nishijo-kun,
Nishijo-kun.
I want to. Even though I understood that, I couldn't refuse her. I'd feel bad if I turned her down. The third dimension was truly terrifying.
仲良くなり
Better
たいから
friends with that face is wrong. Was it because I wasn't used to talking to people? Or because her conversational skills were just that good? It's just that little extra, like, wide-eyed yandere. Whatever the case, it didn't seem like Yua would be ready to return until I gave her my email address. Yet she anxiously looked up at me through her glasses. For some reason, it stole away my will to resist. Despite the fact that goosebumps covered my whole body and chills were running down my spine, I could neither run nor reject her. There's something bizarre about Yua. This atmosphere wasn't normal. I couldn't clearly explain why it wasn't in normal words. But in any case, it was abnormal. Before I realized it, I'd written my email address on a scrap of notebook paper and handed it over to Yua. After happily accepting it, Yua nodded to me and disappeared into the station. So, very reoccurring themes. Obviously, him just going into delusions. I just feel like him, like, subconsciously doing stuff without meaning to is it keeps happening. And, like, I don't know whether that's a plot device to just have him do something because he's a weird person who only stays indoors ever and never gets out, so he has no contact with people, so he doesn't know how to act, and so, like, his reactions are different than your average person's. Or if it's a plot thing. And him always commenting on, like, not being able to see people's emotions on their face. Those are three things that keep popping up. After happily accepting it, Yua nodded to me and disappeared into the station. See, that's the great thing about not knowing what's going to happen this time around. I could just pop out all these different ideas and be wrong about all of them and have proof of it. Controllers, yeah! Like, it started with the mouse click, which, to be fair, that one I kind of got. There's sometimes where I'm just, like, reading something and, like, I'll just subconsciously just, like, click the mouse. It's like, wait, no, why did I click? I didn't mean to click there. It's just like, you got your hand on the mouse. Sometimes you just click it by mistake. That happens, but it's happened way more than just that. And, like, it was that, and then it was his delusion when he was feeling terror, which I get. If you're terrified, your body's not always going to react the right way. Like, you want to run and you can't, or maybe you don't want to run, but your body's like, nope. This was him giving an email address, which really makes it stand out a bit more. And, like, he seems to not be able to say no to her, which could just be conversational manipulation, but, like, I don't know. I stood there dazed for a full 10 minutes, feeling as though my soul had been sucked out of me. The email address, bro. That's it. Hey, Nightheart, what do you think of a girl like... What do you think of a girl like that? I have no idea what to do anymore. She's definitely got some kind of ulterior motive. That's all I can come up with. Hey, you listening, Grim? Or at Grim, I guess, basically. What is the name of this arrow game? That's true, you could absolutely argue that too, but, like, it seems to be a thing that pops up often enough that I'm like, But you're right, all of them do have things that you could explain it away with. That night, as we chatted, I tried Grim's advice on what to do about Yua. I didn't think anything would come of it if I went around suspecting everything and everyone all on my own. But there was his answer. To be fair, I'd have the exact same reaction the first time I spoke with Yua. I was an idiot for asking you. Wait, well, you're serious, man. You got flags standing up all over the place. When you do things, you sure get them done right. Haha. Dude, who was it who said he wasn't interested in the third dimension? I am very interested in it. I absolutely hate our protagonist, but I'm very curious to see how this all goes down and what happens. But man, does this protagonist suck. Grim reacted this. I do love that Grim is in the game. Grim reacted the same way as Misumi-kun. What if, contrary to all expectations, they're the same person? No, Grim is actually Stalker Girl. Well, look, it's not that kind of relationship. Well, guys like you with no romantic experience have a tendency to graduate from being otaku the second they get a woman. It's common sense that your girlfriend wouldn't want you fapping to school swimsuits. It is common sense, yeah. What's wrong with fapping to school swimsuits? You're hopeless. Better do something about that quick. Oh. Is his mail notification message literally her calling him a dummy? Oh, I could hear Seraton's voice. I changed my settings so that she'd say the same line whenever I got a new email. Now all I can think of is if she sends emails the way that, what's the person's name in the chat? All the links they sent, it would have the same effect as when we drop a bunch of maps in Path of Exile. Pushins just goes on. Oh, it'd be great if Grim was the antagonist. When I casually checked my email client, the field for the sender's name said, Kusunoki ya Yua. That's fast. Got an email just now. Here it comes. Is that him spinning? An email from a 3D girl. I'd never received one before. I took a gulp and opened it. I like how he told Grim before he opened the mail. The contents were completely infused with her neatness and good breeding. What? However, she also used emoticons to create a sense of friendliness. Good evening. This is Kusunoki. I decided to send you an email right away. I'd be delighted if you would save my email address. Thank you so much for coming with me today. I'm sorry, but I had lots of fun. It was my first time going to a store like that. It might also have been because you were there with me. Well, when are you coming to school tomorrow? If you were to ask why I want to know such a thing, well, I'd like to greet you in the morning. It'd be nice if we bumped into each other in the morning. In any case, I'll email you again later. Good night. It might also have been because you were there with me. But with parts like because you were there with me, and I'd like to greet you in the morning, and you could also interpret it as being part of some scheme of hers. Boost it? Oh, come on. It's normal stuff, man. Just saying hello. Come on, just post it, post it. Wow, you did. I was being so obnoxious about it that I decided to just throw the whole thing up there. Oop. Okay. I was seeing if I could scroll down the monitor, but I couldn't. Although I made sure to remove our personal information first, of course. Woohoo! Man, what a lovey-dovey mail. You ought to just go off and die. Come on, think about it seriously. It's gotta be some kind of trap. Yeah, conspiracy. Aren't you overthinking things? To me, it just looks like you set off her flag. Only a little longer till you reach your good end. But that's impossible! A gross otaku like me and a real-life girl who's that cute would never get together. Well, now you're just praising your honey. Answer seriously once in a while. Yeah, that's why I'm saying you're overthinking things. You have the same interests and stuff, don't you? Nowadays, it'll be hard for you to find another nice, healthy girl like her. I knew that much already, but she was such a good girl that it was actually kind of disagreeable. Well, the whole stalker actually started with might have been overdoing it, but she likes you enough. She's driven by that kind of impulse. She likes anime, right? She's an impossibly ideal girlfriend. I don't know if I'd go that far. Maybe for him, I don't know. For an otaku, oh, okay. Go on and make her adapt to your tastes. That might not be so bad. No. That was exactly what she wanted me to think. Be happy you got reverse picked up. Oh, you might have been right. That's a common term. Not interested in the third dimension. Maybe that's a common term. But like...
そうだけど。
But really, you want to go out with her so badly you can't help it, right? If you want to go out of your otaku cocoon, now's your chance. Make no mistake, you won't get this kind of chance again. That's true, but... if it's common, then whatever. If it's not, then it's like, maybe. Congrats on your newfound popularity. Instead of freaking out, go on the attack. Just act like Nineheart, except in real life. Don't do that. All lights green ahead. If I could do that, it wouldn't be such a struggle. And there was something I'd learned from talking to you yesterday and the day before yesterday. It was enjoyable. It made me happy. But more so than that, it wore me out and was a huge bother. So you're an introvert. It happens. Rather than continuing to be forced to go through all that, I might as well stick to the 2D world, where I could live however I wanted. Which is why I didn't send a reply to you as email. Like, as an outside observer, there's clearly some, like, suspicions. Is she everything she says she's going to be? But in the in-universe thing, it's like, you're an idiot. Just go out with her. You enjoy her company. She enjoys your company. You're an idiot. It was going up in flames. Red tongues of fire danced inside the incinerator. They were burning a sailor uniform and a number of textbooks. The house was located at the foot of the mountains. From its garden, one could look out across the inland sea. The sound of boats' steam whistles came faintly from afar, and a refreshing salty breeze softly shook the trees just beyond the house's eaves. In the midst of that tranquil airflow, only a small-statured young girl, only Okihara Kozue, standing motionless in front of the incinerator, bore about her a heavier atmosphere. Fixed incessantly on the sailor uniform and textbooks transforming to flames inside the incinerator, the eyes were a vermilion glow. They were the sailor uniform she had worn and the textbook she had used up until just yesterday. She made no effort to move from the spot. Oh, they're talking about boats. They mean an actual sailor. I was like, oh yeah, Sailor Moon, obviously. So she was reluctant to part with them, despite the fact that she herself had set them on fire. She abruptly knitted her eyebrows in anguish and covered her ears hard. Her mouth opened with difficulty, but nothing more happened. Also, wasn't this bit in the opening? I just remember, like, the incinerator. Neither groaning nor complaining, she simply breathed raggedly. She shook her head over and over as if to push something away. Still covering her ears with Snoopy. Okay. She gradually crumbled in place. When her bottom hit the ground, she moved her chin just a little, as though exhausted, and gazed expressionlessly up at the sky. It's going to be really fun when we finish this one, because the next one is Robotics Note, but they only put out the Elite version of it. Unlike Steins Gate, which had the Elite version and also the older version, they only ever translated the Elite version. So it's going to be going It's going to be like going from Yakuza 3 to Yakuza Kiwami 2 instead of the other way around. It's going to be like, oh my god, it's pretty and got quality of life stuff. She moved her chin just a little, as though exhausted, and gazed expressionlessly up at the sky. She remained in that position for several minutes without so much as twitching. It's going to be, yeah. With equal suddenness, she turned about confidently, as though she had heard someone's voice. Excuse me. Before her lay the house's veranda. It's also really weird that they translated and localized Chaos Child and not Chaos Head. I look forward to trying that one too, but like, why localize one and not the other? It's such a weird thing. Before her lay the house's veranda. Though it was the middle of the day, it was dim within the wood-constructed, over 50-year-old house, and she couldn't see much beyond the veranda. It's such a weird idea. Kozue shakily rose to her feet and walked up to the veranda. Her mother appeared right then, as though she had calculated the time. Oh, my Kozue-chan. I was looking for you. Is your luggage ready? Kozue nodded and sat down lightly on the edge of the veranda. The day after tomorrow, we'll be saying goodbye to this house. Standing next to her, her mother cast a look at the serene inland sea. It's your first time going to a place like Tokyo. It'll be wonderful if you make some nice friends. Kozue neither nodded nor shook her head in response to her mother's considerate words. Holding her silence, she continued gazing desolately at the incinerator over in a corner of the garden, which even now went on harboring its flames. The following week's school-going day, as melancholy as usual, I stared down at my feet on the way to school. It was about time for the season to start, changing to autumn in earnest. The trees in Shoto Park were gradually becoming more colorful, and short sleeves were starting to get a little chilly. Since I typically stayed indoors all the time, the changing of the seasons only perplexed me. I too am confused about seasons. I still felt like it was supposed to be summer. I played ESO all weekend. Grim kept asking me about Yua, but I ignored him from start to finish. Yua hadn't mailed me once since then. She might have finally given up since I didn't send a reply. That'd be a huge relief. I got all mixed up when I talked to Yua. I seemed to be on the verge of discovering some hope for myself. There was no point in a creepy otaku like me embracing hope. I'd lived all this time without ever once getting rewarded for anything, so I'd lost interest in the third dimension. Sister was going to buy you a cell phone, just to be part of the family a bit more. That's a reward. Your father gave you a place at apparently no or very minimal rent. That's something like, I've never been rewarded for anything. Like, okay. Please don't make me expect anything. Please don't expect anything of me. Someone tapped me on the shoulder from behind. Thinking it would be Nanami or Misumi-kun, I turned around and was surprised. Nishijo-kun. Yua smiled at me, her cheeks slightly flustered. For some reason, she was out of breath because she ran to catch up with me. I saw you from way back there. I thought it might be you, and so I ran to catch up. Could this possibly mean she hadn't given up yet? She still had expectations for me? Good morning, Nishijo-kun. Yeah. I finally get to say it, although it took 4 days, including Saturday. I sent you an email last week. Did you read it? Without meaning to, I nodded reflexively. Thank goodness, since there was no reply, I was convinced it hadn't reached you. And there were so many times when I was about to resend it, but I guess I was right to hold back. What on earth did you expect from me? Should I fall in love with you? Should I become your boyfriend? And should we then live out our lovey-dovey lives as a couple? No way. I couldn't act so wholesome. Okay, do you know what? I believe that. I believe this man couldn't be that wholesome. I wanted to, but it would never happen. Besides, I don't understand how you had come to think so well of me. I couldn't have faith in her. That's what made it impossible. Nishijo-kun, there's something wrong. And to be fair, I can kind of agree with that one on him in this case. Because it's the same thing we're saying. It's like, but why? She saw him from a distance, started stalking him, and now is in love with, not in love with him, but like, clearly interested. It's like, but it doesn't make any sense. You've been standing there all this time. I hastily walked off, leaving Yua behind, but she caught up by trotting. went to your classroom yesterday, but you weren't there, were you? I thought maybe you weren't at school because you caught a cold or something, and I got worried. But I'm glad you seem fine. I don't...
僕
Yes, I don't often come to school.
みんなから
Yeah, that one face,
引きこも
too.
りって
When he only sees it in, like, delusions, but we've now seen it in what we don't believe to be a delusion, he gave her his email address. He emailed him. Unless they're going to say all of this has been a delusion for a while. What happened? Everyone thinks I'm a Hikikomori. Surely I just disillusioned her. Surely knowing what I was really like, she'd have lost all friendly thoughts towards me. I didn't mind, because I hadn't expected anything from the start. Go on, think of me as being creepy and gross, and from now on, please stay away from me. I see. I'm glad I got to see you today. Explored. Without thinking, I scrutinized Yua's smile intently. Our eyes met, and I was forced to hastily turn my face away. Why is it that I don't weird you out? Rather, since you do come to school, even if it's only once in a while, I don't think you're Hikikomori. I'm sorry, acting like I know what I'm talking about. But
苦痛
it's
だよ
really tough.
だとしたら
That's what makes you admirable. Eh? I couldn't have so much as imagined that she would reply with such words. What could possibly be admirable about a useless human being like me? She's the one who's buying all his real money traded gold. That's it. That's what it is. Yua smiled tenderly. I honestly thought it's a smile that could heal people. Because even though it's hard for you, you try your best to come to school. Normally, if it were that painful, you wouldn't be able to come at all.
でも僕
But
は
I'm an otaku, and I'm disgusting. I like listening to what you have to say. But what on earth was it? This affirmation of my whole being. Why did it feel so comforting? The feeling that you would be able to embrace everything about me. The feeling that Yua would tell me it was all right for me to be here. If I were with Yua, I might be able to go back to being a regular person. Oh, no, it's the warning bell. Without my noticing it, our surroundings had become empty of students. Everyone was already inside the school building. Well then, Nishijo-kun, I have to go. Are you free after school today? Hey, if you're okay with it, let's leave school together. She murmured shyly, blushing a bit. I'll wait for you in the courtyard after school. If you feel like it, please come. Oh, but you don't have to push yourself. I'll be fine. Excuse me. Yua gave me a courteous bow and ran off towards the building where the seniors' classrooms were located. Watching her go, I pinched my cheek again. It really wasn't a dream or a delusion. I stayed in a daze during all of my classes that day. Or rather, I didn't pay the least attention to what was going on in my class. Yeah, that face is something. Propping my chin up with one hand, I gazed on and on at the autumn sky beyond the window. Neither my classmates nor my teachers took any heed of me, but Yua looked at me. Yua was different from the rest of those assholes. Those assholes, you intentionally try to stand out as little as possible. You do that intentionally, but you're like, yeah, those are assholes who don't pay attention to it. But by your design. So when I'm thinking along those lines and having all sorts of daydreams, classes suddenly came to an end.
よタク
Yo,
今日
Taku,
もデートか
going on another
この
date
前のメ
today?
ガネのことは
You're going with the four eyes from before, right?
おいおい
Hey, hey, don't hesitate because you're a slacker. Setting aside going out with her or not going out with her. If she likes you, it's only proper to do her.
そんなことしないよ
I won't.
おい
Hey,
なんだ
don't shout all of a sudden.
そんなこ
I
とし
won't
な
do
い
stuff like that with you. Oh, did I misread it then? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
は
What are you
Oh,
saying?
my mother didn't know.
Why give up from the very
Now,
beginning?
I
It's about time to graduate from being a hikikomori, man.
僕は
I'm not a
Hikikomori じゃない
hikikomori. He shouldn't have said that kind of thing in the first place. I don't understand Mitsumi-kun, who lived through his nether regions. Mitsumi-kun looked puzzled, but I ignored him and hurried out of the classroom. The shortest route to the courtyard involved crossing the corridor to the building where the seniors' classrooms were held, then going down the stairs from there. Since I don't come to school much, I wasn't very knowledgeable about which part of the school building were connected to where. I wasn't sure where all the specialized classrooms were either. so I felt a tad insecure as I went down the corridor. Oh hey, new person. A lone girl stood in the dead center of the passageway, looking out at the sky. She had a terribly severe look on her face. Despite what she was doing, she didn't have anything like a fading, waning atmosphere to her. Though she was clearly getting in the way of whoever might try to pass, she didn't budge an inch. She must have heard my footsteps. I'm in a hurry. Please move out of the way. Something about her gave off the smell of one of those delinquent types. I'd better be careful to stay as far away from her as possible and to avoid meeting her eyes. You do that with everyone already. With that in mind, I swiftly tried to skirt around behind Girl B. It's okay, fair enough. She was calling me. Was she going to try to squeeze some money out of me? Or say she didn't like the way I looked, drag me off to a delinquent hangout and have me lynched there? Give me a goddamn break. I haven't done anything wrong. When I cautiously surveyed Girl B, she glared at me. Who are you? Yeah? Even if she asked me who, I'm Nishijo Takumi. Not that she had any way of knowing my name, of course, given that we'd never met before. She was planning on doing something horrible to me, no doubt about it.
すいません。
Excuse me? Bowing my head so as to avoid looking at Girl B, I sprinted off at top speed. Nothing suspicious about that. Once I dashed down the stairs from the seniors building and leapt outside, I checked behind my back. It seemed like the scary-looking girl from before hadn't come chasing after me. Oh, very normal, continue. All the way, yep. Thank God, I hated the third dimension for having traps at every turn. This guy, though. I looked around the courtyard as I collected my wild breathing. Sandwiched between the pool and the school building, it was so long and narrow that it might have been more fitting to call it a pathway. Also, I don't feel like I've saved in a bit. Okay, there are more pages. I don't know how many pages I'd want or need. Jeez. Okay, 60 save slots. There were flower beds at regular intervals, and right now the purple flowers practically stood out. Particularly, what were those flowers called? I didn't really know. Past or just like this one? Yeah, we don't really know. Like, the only thing we know about his past is always feels like he's being watched. Not always, but routinely feels like he's being watched. Used to think it was the eyes of God. That's really all we know about his past, right? And that, yeah, that's really about it. I spotted Yua standing in front of one of the flower beds, gazing idly at the flowers. She was really there. She'd waited for me. She'd waited for me and none other. Yua wouldn't betray me. It might be all right for me to believe in her. Yua might be able to save me. Ah. Raising her face, Yua noticed I was there. As I watched, her eyes grew wider and wider. Embarrassed, I shifted my gaze away and stood in place. I didn't know whether it was okay for me to walk up to her. Why was she surprised? Maybe I shouldn't have come. As I wavered, Yua came running up to me. That startled me. Eh? You really came. I'd given up thinking you wouldn't show. But I'm glad I waited. Maybe Yua actually tended to think along much the same lines as I did, viewing everything pessimistically and so on. Distance himself? Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't know, but like, it's just too convenient. And it started with stalking. Like, one thing about us was radically different. I viewed things negatively, but did nothing about it. Yua viewed things negatively, but took action of her own accord. I honestly respected her for her ability to be so proactive. I wanted to be more like her. So that face. Will you walk back with me? I answered her hesitant question with a nod. Side by side, Yua and I headed for the main gate. Somehow, it was kind of embarrassing. I also started to have the feeling that the other students leaving school were watching us enviously. The more conscious I became of it, the jerkier I got. Going home with a girl, just the two of us, was impossible after all. I passed by an unfamiliar teacher, although I only assumed he was a teacher because he was wearing a suit instead of a uniform. Was there really such a young teacher around here? Since I rarely came to school, I had no memory of the teachers' faces. There were even times where I'd forgotten what my homeroom teacher looked like. Glancing around all the while, the suit-clad teacher went towards the school building. What's the matter? Flustered, I shook my head and resumed walking at Yua's side. Okay. Though we'd said we'd go home together, my base was only 10 minutes from school. Shinsen Station, which you used, was further away. As a result, it ended up being more like me seeing her off. Out of habit, I entered Shoto Park. We could take a shortcut by cutting through here diagonally. That would only save us a minute or so.
西条くんって
Nishijo-kun, in the morning, do you often eat bread at one of the benches here? Yes. How did she know?
やっぱり
I thought so. I often spotted you, but sometimes you were there and sometimes you weren't.
ようやくその
Today,
謎
that
が解
mystery
けま
has
した
finally been solved for me. That's because you only come to school once in a while. I like how the shadows under her shirt make a heart shape.
別に
But I'm
それ
not
が
saying
ダメ
it's
って言っ
bad
て
or
るわけじゃ
anything.
なくてですね
It's just something I wondered about, pure and simple. Yeah. Yua suddenly stopped and looked over the bench where I usually sat to have breakfast. It was currently empty.
なんだか
Somehow, whenever you sat here, you always looked, like you were really hurting.
その
Leaning forward, Yua sent the tips of her fingers gliding along the bench's
何度
backrest.
も見かけるうちに
As I spotted you over and over, I started to become more concerned about you. This bench was set right in front of the fence around the pond. Moreover, because sitting on it meant facing the bank of the pond, I didn't have to tremble in fear of anyone's gaze. The reason I'd taken up a liking to it was because the water mill nearby acted as a form of cover, keeping me from
ここ
standing
最
out.
近は姿を
Lately,
見かけ
on
な
the
かった
days when I didn't see you, it made me so worried.
ご飯も
Could hardly get any
喉を
food
通ら
down
な
my
かったり
throat.
してたんです
Was that so? I had no idea she was watching me.
バカみたいですよね
Silly of me, getting worried about someone I'd never spoken to. But
話しかける
I
勇
didn't
気
have
も
the
なかっ
courage to
た
start a conversation, so take that to its obvious conclusion, and you'd end up with her initial stalker-esque behavior. Maybe it would be more accurate to say that rather than stalking me, she had been worrying about me and watching over me. That at least gives some context to it. It still feels weird, but at least it gives some. Hey, I sit down
西
for a
条
bit.
君がどんな景色を
Yeah,
見ていたの
want
か
to know what kind of scenery you've been looking
私
at.
もその
I had no particular reason to say
知りたい
no.
から
Facing the pond, I nodded. Setting her bag on top of the bench, Yua gently sat down. She straightened her back and gazed out at the pond. Very quietly and very serenely, Yua was close beside me. The tender breeze stirred her hair and made ripples in the pond. Was this what it meant to really live? Though it was such normal, casual scenery, and we were in such a casual situation, why did it seem as if tears would start flowing out of me at any
ここで
moment?
朝食をとるのって
It must be pleasant to have breakfast here. Yua murmured. I took a peek at the side of her face. In Eroge, this would undoubtedly be the right time to confess to her, after being bonded together. The two of us would kiss and reach our good end. This is... third day you've encountered her? This is like... first day to go to the room, to get the figure, exchange email addresses, today. That's all it would take for a confession scene. Alright. Depending on the circumstances, we also might end up going straight to some exhibitionism.
私も今度
Maybe
行
I'll
ってみ
try
よ
it
うかな
sometimes too. Yua turned her head to look up at me. Unable to say anything, I dropped my gaze to her bag. As I looked at the 3 Garo Froggy straps attached to her bag, I cursed myself for being so pathetic that I couldn't so much as meet a girl's gaze. Wait a second. Just now, something at the edge of my sight had nagged me. Alright, we got another one. We're gonna go calm, or we're gonna go anti-calm. I do like that they show which one's the newest one, too. Which do we go? I'll take this. It's a chance to take a sip. Red it is, alright. What I spied just now. Garo Froggy, the mascot character that was all the rage among high school worlds. I'd seen it somewhere before. Where? Room 36. The room next to room 37, my usual spot at Cafe last week. On the day I first met Yua, there had for once been a customer in room 36, and they'd been looking at a wiki about the new gen incidents. At the time, after spotting Yua in At Cafe, I'd hurriedly left the store. The person in the room next door had been... I glanced at her, sitting on the bench and looking up at me. I locked eyes with a gaze that looked up at me from deep within her glasses. It was the first time our eyes had ever met. She was still smiling, but her expression soon changed to confusion. What kind of face was I making? I didn't know. I returned my line of sight to her bag, to those stuffed animal straps. I sensed her sucking in her breath. Rustling, blown by the wind, yellow leaves separated from their branches and danced. A whole range of thoughts circled around and around my head. It wouldn't be unusual if multiple people had 3 of the same Garo Froggies attached to their bags, given that the Garo Froggy character was inexplicably popular. But 136, that day, Yua might have been sitting in the room next door to me, and up until now she'd never attempted to mention it once. And then there was a new gen. Though I'd completely forgotten about it, I'd witnessed the scene of one of the crimes. That gory spectacle came to life at the back of my brain, and moreover, I'd seen the perpetrator's face. Yeah, she did. Is this it? They're called Garo Froggies. Some friends gave them to me, but before I knew it, I already had 3. Yua showed me a slightly strained smile. Reaching over to her bag, she began to remove the Garo Froggies that were fastened there. Lately, they've been super popular among high school girls. I don't think they're very cute, but her hand was shaking minutely. That's because she was in such a hurry, she had trouble taking the straps off. How strange. I wonder why they won't come off, but please wait a moment. I'd like to show them to... Why is she flustered now? To be fair, we don't know what he's being like. When Yua tried to forcibly pull the straps away, her bag fell off the bench. Because the fasteners weren't closed, notebooks and textbooks came tumbling out from inside it. Goodness, what on earth am I doing? If it were several minutes earlier, I might have annoyed over Yua's clumsy side, but now all I could do was freeze in place because a single notebook had by chance opened up as it hit the ground. Within it poured memos and newspaper clippings and the like. It seemed to be some kind of scrapbook. Memos, the clippings, everything in it had to do with a certain series of incidents. I saw it clearly. Jen. Why? My voice was hoarse. Yua feverishly gathered the scattered memos and clippings and shoved them back in her bag. Yua rose, hugging her bag to her chest. Her smile from before had completely vanished. She hung her head uncomfortably. What was that? Yua didn't answer. Why won't you answer? Answer me. Say something to me. If you don't say anything, won't I start thinking you must be feeling guilty? Even though I started to believe in you, even though I started to think that maybe you would be my ally. You mustn't trust in anyone. You mustn't listen to anyone. Sierra had been right after all. Moody girls are the worst, each and every one of them. Even Yua hadn't felt kindly towards me or anything. She'd only approached me with some goal in mind. Perhaps she meant to hand me over to the police. Perhaps she meant to threaten me. This sucks. This fucking sucks. Even though I started to forget all about that incident. Even though, since the police hadn't shown any signs of coming to talk to me about it, I'd made myself think I would get by without having anything to do with it. Even though I hadn't wanted to get wrapped up in it. What the hell did you all want from me? In any case, I turned on my heel, wanting to flee. But Yua grabbed my wrist from behind. Are you running away? The voice made my blood run cold. I don't think it's wobbly delusion time. The voice so chilly that my spine seemed about to freeze. I could hardly think of her as being the same Yua as before. On top of that, Yua's grip on my wrist was abnormally powerful. She gripped it so tight that pain shot through me. Such a violent pain that it was enough to make me wonder if she would clench me to bits all the way down to my bone. I tried to shake her off, but she wouldn't let go. On the contrary, she pulled me closer, making me pitch backwards. Are you running away? She whispered from behind me, more so than that, right beside my ear, sounding as though all emotion had died in her. Shuddering, I timidly turned around. The color residing in the depths of her glaring eyes wasn't the same. How do you know? I won't let you run, you know. I'll apologize for deceiving you, but that goes for both of us. You too hid something from me. Hid something? I can only come up with one thing. Somehow, some way, this girl knew I'd witnessed the corpse of the perpetrator of the staking murder. They do, yeah, but like, how would he notice? He's met her gaze once. But yeah. And that was why she had approached me. She was ingenious after all. This meant every single thing she told me had been a lie. The fact that she'd been concerned, well, I guess seeing someone's eyes and reading their gaze are different. The fact that she'd been concerned about me since the first time she saw me. The fact that she said she'd liked Baruchu. And the fact that she'd promised to go together with me to pick up the post-awakening Sierra figure on the day after it was released. And the fact that she smiled and nodded as though we were having fun listening to what I was telling her. And the fact that she said she wanted to become better friends with me. And the fact that she'd gotten worried about me when I didn't come to school. And the fact that she'd been nice enough to call me admirable. All of it had just been her saying whatever came to the top of her head. I clenched my fist in frustration and grief. Fuck. Why did I try so hard to believe in someone like her? In reality, I would have liked to spend more time investigating, but since you caught me, there's no helping it. There's something I want to tell you. You'll listen, won't you? You won't say you won't listen. You should listen. Listen. You listen? If you don't listen... I don't listen what? She's like a different person from the you I'd known up until now. The gentle, calm atmosphere had vanished. Now I sensed an unapproachable atmosphere. And an indescribable tenacity. Tone was absolute in its self-possession. No, cool-headedness might be a better way to put it. Usual frailty was nowhere to be found. No, I don't want to listen. I tried to cover my ears. I couldn't do it. Yua had captured one of my hands. She wasn't gripping it as hard as before, but she showed no signs of letting go. She wouldn't let my hand move freely. Still, holding on to me, she reached inside her bag and slowly, deliberately, pulled out something that shone dully. She held it out towards me. I was stunned. My heartbeat leapt higher. I couldn't stay calm. I was so shocked that I lowered the one hand covering my ear. So Yua's accusatory voice reached my ears. You recognize this cross, don't you? Of course I recognized it. I soon saw it for what it was. It resembled a cross, but it was in truth a stake. One didn't often see stakes with such a distinctive shape. At the very least, I had only seen them once before. That night. Oh, I think that intentionally went by. So you do know of it. Surely you must know it. Of course you know it. I won't let you say you don't know it. It'd be strange if you didn't know it. You know it, don't you? You know it. You? I desperately shook my head. Greasy sweat stood out on my forehead. All I could do for the time being as I wiped it was shake my head from side to side. This was in your room. In your room. Under the bed. On the floor. It fell there. Didn't it fall there? Or did you throw it away? In any case, it fell. Fell. Bitch. When the hell did she investigate my room? The day we first met? I hurt my foot and she helped me up to my room. When she'd seen my figure of Sierra-tan and her face had been shining and she called it cute. This stake is extremely unusual. It's imported. And it's the same as the stakes used in the third New Gen case. I'm saying it's the same. It's the same, isn't it? It's unmistakably the same. It's the same. As the stakes used to pin the corpse to the wall. The same. Positive of it. She suspected me of being the New Gen perpetrator. He'd convinced himself I was a murderer, to be fair. I could see how people could easily get that idea. Like, I honestly could be like, yeah, no. If we were playing as another character in this game, I'd be like, it's him. It's him. It's him. Did she really think she was some kind of detective? The high school girl detective. Kusunoki Yua or something like that. Yeah, he's not helping at all. Don't die, I mean it, you deserve... Also not helpful. He might have worked in an anime or game, but Yua's reasoning was fatally mistaken. I knew the killer. I'd seen her with my own eyes, that demon. She was a girl whose name I didn't know, but she had worn the Sumai uniform. The culprit was someone very near to me. So what? Yua lowered her head and let out a small breath. Her grip on my wrist weakened, and at least she released me. Nothing more and nothing less than what it seems. All I wanted to do was to make sure you knew what it was. In truth, I hadn't meant to say anything yet. What the hell was yet supposed to mean here? While we're at it, let me confirm one other thing. Do you have precognitive powers? No. I hope not. Because if we do, that means the sister scene could have... I mean, to be fair though, he did did see that corner alleyway before going there. Like, he's had a lot of other, like, just delusions. He definitely has had a lot of just straight up delusions. That one thing was kind of like oh, that ended up happening.
Huh?
I unthinkingly let my mouth fall open. Even if he does, though, how does she know any of this? Where's all the crime scene? Yeah. How does she know any of this, though? Like, for sure, he ain't telling nobody. I don't think he talks about this stuff online, and he doesn't talk to anyone in person, so... What the heck was that? What did that have to do with the incident? As I racked my brain, Yua plunged a hand into her bag and pulled out a piece of paper with a full-color image printed on it. Because you possessed a piece of image data that can't be explained away unless you happen to have precognitive powers. The girl picture Shogun had sent me. Why did Yua have it?
これ
Why do you have a photo that replicates the third New Gen piece? Furthermore, you sent this image out on the day before the incident. It was left behind on the cache of the PC you use.
違う
Wrong. I got this image from a guy called Shogun, who I chatted with for the first time that day. I didn't make it myself. The fact that I downloaded it should still be recorded on my browser's history. Of course, I'd show that to you. Oh, hold on. How did you got her hands on the image in the first place? Yeah. How had she known it was left on my computer's cache? One time she came to my room, she couldn't possibly have had any time to check my PC. You mean, you're Shogun?
将軍か
Who's trying to set me up? You had planned it all out, and she too was one of the New Gen criminals. She intended to use me as a scapegoat to mislead the police investigation? Save me! This was too much for me. Why me? Because I was gross? Because I didn't have any friends? Liz said nothing, only shook her head a little. I took this image from the PC at Cafe's room 37. I also wanted to investigate your PC if at all possible, but I didn't have the chance. 37? The room I always used? The bitch totally thought she was some kind of detective. Yua looked at me with only a faint trace of apology on her face. Also, why would it have even been on that computer? He did it... his computer. I felt that she'd returned to the usual Yua for a moment. Still, wearing that expression, she began fishing around inside her bag again. This time she brought out a printout and pushed it at me. I had a bad feeling about this. My reason warned me that it would be better not to look. But I had no choice but to look. I'd be falsely accused if I didn't find some way to resist. Yeah, he wouldn't have looked at it again, at least to the best we knew. That's everything. My everything. Could she have stolen all my personal information? Was you a hacker? Heart pounding, I unfolded the printout. Contrary to my expectations, though, rather than my personal information, what was printed there looked like the backlog of an online chat. The participants in the chat were Nineheart and Shogun. Yeah. Yeah, that happened. Isn't that log strange? What's so strange about it? It was a normal log. I certainly remembered having this kind of conversation with Shogun. Yeah, Shibuya, don't follow you. Oh, trying to reconnect. I don't remember that happening. Yeah, this equation has killed the world's possibilities bit, and then a boatload of... Nineheart and Shogun. Their timestamps don't match up in the slightest. Really? 58, 58. Oh. Oh, they don't. Yeah, okay, I wasn't looking at that. Yeah, they really don't. Not even the same... Oh, okay, it's later that night, but way later. Huh. What was this? Why did it end up like this? You are Nineheart. Nishijoku. The timestamp there states that on September 28th at about 3 in the morning. Oh. Yeah, it's... But... See, unreliable narrator. The next day you went to At Cafe. You typically go to At Cafe after school. You go to school 2.5 times per week. I heard from your classmates that the days you attend school last week were Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Last week's Monday was September 29th, the same day as Shogun's timestamps. Yeah, doesn't it? What was she saying? I would have thought the same. I thought that would be about, maybe that's close to when it happened, because I kind of figured he'd leave there about like 8, I don't know. I examined it because he wasn't really sure. He didn't, it was just when it got crowded. And it was dark. That's all we really knew. I examined the chat log from the PC in room 37. What I learned from doing so was that you had briefly cut herself off. Then finally, catching my gaze straight on, she gave voice to the relentless truth. You were putting on a one-man play. Don't look at me. Shogun is none other than, look at me, you yourself. Well,
何も見たくない。
he uses the PC to be fair, thought it was really weird he went to that PC. Like, his excuse of like, I want to play an alt, but like, he specifically is like, I don't want to leave this place. Well, a few times a week, I go to this net cafe to play on a worse computer than I have at home. That's weird. That said, not only is it 2 a.m., this is a perfect little cliffhanger to leave off on, isn't it? I was kind of waiting for the scene to logically end because I didn't want to end in the middle of the scene, and who knows, maybe this is still the middle of the scene. But it seems like a good ending point to me. So I'm going to save here. Yeah. But unlike last time where I was like, I kind of know what happens next, now I'm like, it needs to be Sunday again. Sunday, come back, please. Now I want to know too. I was really happy to go through Steins Gate again. I really love that game, and I really am happy I went through it, and I'm glad I led with that. But now, like, yeah, now I'm doing it to myself, not just you guys. This is getting very interesting very quick. Still don't like our protagonist, but yeah, there clearly is way more going on than we even thought originally. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. I couldn't even guess. No part of what's happened so far tonight, I'd be like, yes, I predict that. Nope. And we're in the first 4 hours. I'm not like, yeah. So yeah, cool. Hell yeah. Tomorrow we are not streaming on Twitch. We're streaming in the Discord. Starting at 9 p.m. we're going to start the Steins Gate anime. That's going to be our Monday thing this week. Probably next week. If we go straight through the whole time, it should just take 2-3 sessions. It's 25 episodes, so yeah, we'll go with how long it takes. Tuesday we're probably going to do Neo the World Ends With You, because I'm really digging that game too, and that game's damn good too. I'm liking that a lot too. I don't know about Thursday. I really got to play some more Monster Hunter Rise. There's so many more event quests out, and I want to hunt some monsters with people. I never planned it on like dropping the game or anything. Just more games keep coming out. It's always the problem. So maybe that'll be Thursday, or maybe I'll just crack and go back to Neo the World Ends With You anyway. Who knows? But Monday, Tuesday are definitely set. That's the plan for now as we have it. Obviously, big thanks to Grim for the continued 3-month sub to Fear. It still shows up in the notification, but still, you know. And of course, everybody hanging out, hopefully having a good time, enjoying. Normally I would raid somebody, but I'm very hungry. Since 1 a.m. my stomach was like, why are you eating? It's like, but it's not 2 a.m. So I'm just gonna go do a monster, a quote, a Discord, and you know what?
Hey master, I am math scientist. It's so cool. Son of a bitch.
We gotta get something from this game at some point, but we're not far enough into even know what we want yet. So for now, we'll comment. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Hope you all had a blast. I'm already hooked. Shockingly, who would have thought I'd continue to enjoy this series? Shocking, no. This has been Viper from Viperland. I'll see you all next time.